I
There
completely
we
forgot.
go.
I did not even realize what time it was. I need to fix so many things. Holy hell. Ori latte. Ori latte. Okay, we have that. I need to find this. Hey, all, congratulations on the first. I still have to do the entire, like, announcement message. I have to do all the stuff, dude. I have not done, like, anything yet. Give me just a hot second. Holy shit, how's it going, guys? What's up, what's up? How are you doing? Congratulations, Mr. Suno, on the first.
Hi, Ori.
Hi, how's it going? Chat, today's gonna be a fun stream, probably, but I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing. I also brought my ramen with me, because I meant to eat before stream, but instead, we're here. You sleep? I did sleep. God, dude, I need to be a little bit more ready. I'm so not ready. Hello, everybody. How's it going? You should look at Little Duders. He's in our chat. Okay, bet. Okay, I'll take this. This is fine. Okay, did that. Did that. We got that. Get that out of here. Leave that. Blap, blap. Blap. I think they're announcing the tournaments right now, which is really interesting.
Look at the stats going up.
Look at the stats going up. There's stats. What? Whoa. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're doing the thing, chat. We're doing the thing. We're so good. Let me do the notification real quick. I was originally going to... No, I'm still going to. We have a lot... Okay, we have time today. We really do have time today. We have plenty of time today. I'm just kind of, like, frazzled right now because I didn't realize what time it was. I'm sorry, chat. I'm typing for a second. I'm gonna stop paying attention. Oh my god, we get so much music. It's like the music day from hell. It's perfect. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Chat. I should probably put my other headphone in. Whoops, forgot how this works. Oh my god, so many heckin'. Hey, what's up, Okado? I'll get your UE5 skills so I can take advantage of your knowledge. Some, not a lot. I don't use C++. I don't use C++ for Unreal. I use Blueprints. So, take that as you will. I said Blueprints, Volt Drink. God, dude, those stream streaks are insanely huge. Got the monochrome headphones? Indeed, I do. I totally do. Chat, you can hear the music, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, I didn't even turn on the mastermind light. What am I thinking? Imagine. Chat, we get to do a lot of fun things today. This is actually a really interesting activity, and I hope you guys like it, because this could be a lot of fun in the future. This is basically like world building on steroids. Yep, okay, cool. Got that. We're gonna do the set what command right here. Does it even work in this when I do that? Okay, it does. Good. Copy text here. And then boom. Bam! Got it. Okay, cool. Fish. Okay, chat. It's been a long time since we've been in the Blender space, huh? I remember we used to do it back during like Oracle's dips. But Oracle's isn't real, so it's okay. Chat, I'm so sorry. You're gonna watch me eat for a second. Late ping? Very. Thank you. What doing text indeed. I didn't fix that last stream either. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Zena. Appreciate that. Blender. I like the soup. Give me the soup. What is that, Zero? Zero's in crippling debt. What did you do? Oh, chat, Rain streaming. Oh my goodness. Rain, frickin' ping. For the love of God, dude. You're a goober and deserve to perish for that. Oh my God, the duders. Moonchi, those duders are so cute. I love that. Oh, that's adorable. God, I love that. I'm out of the box. Welcome back from the box. I'm sorry. It's an old image. Damn.
Fish is back.
Fish returns. How loud is music for you, chat? I'm going to turn it up a little bit. We're going to get a little bit loud with it because you don't need to hear anything else. You just get this in my voice, unfortunately for you. Oh, I can see chat again. That's crazy. Different chat. I can see chat from other ways, but this is a more convenient chat, and I can see it now. It works. We're great. What is the sub for Princess Donut Pink? What does that mean? Weird. Okay, cool. Should I be responsible or bloop? Blooping is fun. What kind of responsibility we're talking? How responsible do we need to be? When was the last time you were responsible? I have a quota for how responsible I need to be. If I do 3 responsibles, I'm good for the day and I can start doing dumb shit. It's the rules. I don't make the rules, I just make them. So I'm one of the negative million ascension. I fucking love that. It's so funny. Chat, okay, so there's going to be a little bit of a plan with what we're doing today. We're going to be taking scenes from the internet and grabbing like little like prop hunts and stuff like that and trying to dissect them into various pieces and turn them into something that we can create manually from scratch. Ryan is the decider of what counts as one responsible. If he has it his way, he is. I made a burb who's absolutely not horribly traumatized at all, and I forgot to tell you early. That's good. That's good. We love absolutely not traumatizing our characters. I was learning how capable the clones are. What kind of funny shenanigans they're up to. Correction. What they could do, not what they are doing. She's from Imperium? Yes. That's not a traumatizing place for them to be. Chat, if you have a mage that can teleport and they're a warlock, then they can teleport to their altars, which means they can give you a rock and they can hear through that rock. You can send messages through that rock. And if they want to be there, they can teleport to the rock for a very, very low cost because it's infinite range. They can just cast through the altar. So the range is 0 no matter what. Not capable enough, Tori. Yeah. Chat, I want you to know that one time that you saw Tori do that one thing, it was nothing.
I still need to tell you about the one shot so you can decide the impact of it.
I actually have a really funny screenshot from 2 different people that said, hey, just so you know, someone might come to you and say that I broke something. And then the screenshot, the message right below it that says, hey, by the way, I think I broke something when I was working with person above. And I was just like, what'd you guys do? Okay, we're out of ramen. It's work time now, chat. Now we're working. I don't know if I shared Tori's Hell. I know I shared Okies. That's right. I think I do. I think I do remember you talking about those. Supposed to be a slave, but wasn't good at that, so they started keeping her as almost a pet. An avian mutant works as a muscle? That's terrible. That's so bad. That doesn't even like benefit what they're good at. That's crazy. Okay. I have a few things. I've not used very much Pinterest chat, so I apologize. I'm gonna do this very poorly. But what I'd like to do is just start making a funny little scene. Like, I kind of just want to start making a little scene. The first thing I'd like to do is probably make a floor and 2 walls. So, chat, I'm going to take your opinions on this whenever I can. Today included. What kind of ground are we going to do? You guys got to be really nice to me. You guys got to be really basic with me. So you can say, like, tile. We could do hardwood. What do we want to do? This is basically for nothing, we will say. Like, it's pretty much just, like, for lack of a better term, it's coming together to make a scene full of props that we could have in our collection. I want a collection of props and scenes and things like that. Maybe
Turn of AI
at one point.
recommendations and settings.
Oh, can you do that? Oh, for the love of God, please, I would love that. Okay, how do we do that? I'm so sick of the AI, dude. How do I do that? Settings. Find your recommendations, I assume. AI content? No. Thank goodness, dude. I was so sick of that. I was like, why? Okay, cool.
At Ashton PYR, yes.
That's amazing. They have champion brawler? Well, yeah, that's because they're bad muscle. I mean, they make good muscle because they find a way to substitute the muscle for something else. But yes. Functionally, yes. Bongo plays? Ah, yes. Let us bung the goes. I want to make kind of a series of assets. Maybe sometime in the future we could try touching 3D animation, but I want a full scene first. I want a full scene that we made from scratch. So the first thing that I want is what kind of ground are we going to have? What kind of walls are we going to have? Assumingly we're either in the corner. So there's 2 walls. So we're either in the corner outside or we're in a room inside. It's up to you guys. You guys decide. I made a really annoying elf. I love this. That makes sense, Forger. That's really funny, actually. What kind of ground level are we looking at? What kind of ground level are we thinking? Perfect. Wood? Do we want just like hardwood? Or are we looking like new flashy hardwood? Okay, how like high fantasy sci-fi are we getting? Are we getting like blended? Are we getting like blended continuous world? Or are we doing like one or the other? And do we want like nice wood? Or do we want like old decrepit wood? I think decrepit wood is actually a lot harder, which I'm okay with. It's okay if it is. Nice? Okay, we're doing nice. Okay, bet. Okay, I don't know if this is... There's going to be a lot of times, chat, that I'm going to go, this seems like a way that I could do this. And it's not going to be the best way of doing it, but it'll be a way that I know about. I know how to do it, at least. Did I just do 40? Is that what I did? Huh? Let's do edge selection. Dang it. Probably responsibility depends on the responsibilities. True. Hi, Jellybean! What's up? How are you doing? How are you doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna do this every 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, how is this not? I like planes. What's up, Manny? How are you doing, dude? What's up? What's up? What's up? How many faces do we have? I'm gonna do the. Oh goodness, what's the word for it? How are you doing, man? Welcome in. What is up? It's been a hot second since I've seen you. How are you? How have you streamed
number that. That's the whole reason I asked Rain LOL. That doesn't stop me from being sad though.
Not that. I need face orientation. I like statistics. That's it. Faces. We have 1,681. How? This is the only thing here, and it's a plan. How do you have an odd number of faces? Oh no, that's super possible. It's 41 by 41. Heard. I hate that. Huh. I don't like that. Okay, cool. We're just gonna do this awkwardly, and we're gonna live with it. Cool. We're gonna go back to the 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gonna be that one, which is gonna be really awkward, but that's okay. And I think we can make a vertex group. Can I just make a quick vertex group? I'm just gonna make a temp assign because I want to be able to select. Yeah, I can just go grab it later. Because what I want to do is actually just kind of checkpoint myself. Because what I'm gonna do is make like the slats going forward, something like that. Odd times odd. Odd times odd is possible. I just kind of biffed it really hard. So watch my friend 3D model a clamshell. She makes it look so simple. A clamshell sounds terrifying, dude. I don't like organic matter. I like to do the funny geometric shapes. So much easier on me, dude. Fuck that. Much props to them, dude. Huge props to them. We're gonna go like this. No, not that one. This one. I'm kind of just vibing this right now, chat, but we're gonna see how this goes. Technically that one. And we're gonna go like over here.
What are you making though?
This is a wood floor. Means this one would actually be like right here, I think. Yeah, it would be. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna indent all of these planks. We have to bevel them first. She's been a living VFX artist though, so she's a job know how to do that stuff. Dude, that's crazy. Oh my goodness, I'm jealous. I'm actually like super jealous. That's cool as fuck, dude. I would love that. I would love that so much. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a very baby bevel. Just like a 2. Yeah, that's perfect. Then we're gonna E down. Yeah, that is kind of what I was hoping for. Yeah. And it does actually face the way that I want it to. This might be a little bit extreme, honestly. This might be a little bit more extreme of an edge than we want. Yeah, I think we actually made that bevel too big. Let's go down a little bit and just control B, just a little baby one. Yeah, something like that so that you can get that very obvious pattern. And we're just going to bevel the edges of it. Like I said, this is like so many more faces than we need. But it's how I know how to do this. I can't with you. You have fun. What's that? Why are you making the floor like this? Genuinely learning, curious, genuinely curious. It's how I know how to do it. I've never made a floor like this, and this is what I know how to do. If you have a solution to make this easier, then tell me. Hit me with it, dude. But this is me kind of just improvising how I would do this based off of my own knowledge of it. I'll probably go back and decimate it. How would you do it, Volt? How would you do it? Could actually make the separate wood planks as well, but I don't know. I kind of fuck with this. System 1 interrupt action, 40 damage attack. Is it like unavoidable essentially? That is basically untouchable for the most part unless you can stop them from dodging. Then has a good amount of defenses. Keep in mind that it has less than 30 land travel speed and athlete alongside Arachnid. That's so funny. Standing 20 meters on a wall, taking pot shots at everyone, and goading and melee attacks from a guy to stop them from doing anything. Checks out. Real as fuck. That does sound like an annoying build, but it sounds really funny, luckily. Yeah. Dynamic texture, cough cough, bump mapping, cough cough, weight painting. No, I know. You could absolutely normal map this if we wanted to. It probably makes more sense to normal map this. However, I don't know how I'm doing texturing, so I'm gonna hard model it in for right now. And also a normal map is probably less good if we're trying to do something at like animation level. Like if this was a video game asset, I would definitely bump map it. Because we just don't want all of this extra geometry. But I feel like for an animation, it's really not that big of a deal. And I'm going to decimate these faces anyway, so it's not as bad. Weight painting I've never done before. I mean, I've done it before, but never in any, like, real capacity that matters. Okay, now we have these nice rounded edges. What I'd kind of like to do, TBH... That's fine, actually. If they're going to be a flat surface, I think that's okay. Can I actually just decimate this? Are you going to let me? Unsubdivide is pretty much what I'm trying to do here. Okay, well, that's disgusting. Yeah, it doesn't play nice with the edges, does it? Oh, wait, it kind of actually... No, it does not. That works way better. Okay, what happens if I... Oh, because it just unsubdivided. Oh, hey, that actually works really well. How good are we with that? How good are we? Let me shade this smooth real quick. Oh, it looks weird smooth. Oh, I don't like that. Go back to flat. Oh, no, actually, we're going to shade it smooth, and we'll just put an edge. We'll put an edge split on it. It will fix it in a second. I know the shading's weird. Let's say we did 0.5, right? And let me just apply this real quick. Now what? Why does Blender do this? Why does it do this? I'm so curious to know, dude. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. We'll shade it smooth, and then we'll put an edge split on it. There we go. That's a little bit better. So those are like actual rounded edges, and 30 degrees is fine. I don't mind that. Still feels a little awkward in my opinion, but hell, it's a floor. Shade auto smooth Ori. Oh. Hold on. I want to see the difference. Shade smooth. Shade auto smooth. I don't know if I see the difference. Oh, but you can set the angle. So it's just smooth with an edge split anyways. I think once you put the edge split modifier, it just remembers that, I'd assume. That works. I'm fine with that. Cute, cute. Yeah, I see them. I see the angle. The 30 is fine. I don't mind that. Can I shade? Oh, but I can change it each time, right? Sorry. Shade auto smooth. Can actually be like 15, I think. Because all we want is these little rounded edges to be smooth, which they look more than enough smooth right there. They want like these faces. Actually, there's an easier way for me to select all these faces, funny enough. I think if I do like this,
Why?
Yeah, there we go. And then that should be just the bottom portion. Yeah, I'll just assign a vertex group to those. Or I'll assign a material instead. Well, so subfloor. Assign. Deselect subfloor. Undo. What? Oh, because I need to. This is floor planks. I should have done that backwards. My bad. Forgot to. Dang it. There we go. Hey, caught it that time. Cool. Now that's just that. We can. And we'll do face select. Because that'll select just those bottom faces. And we'll just assign subfloor to that. We select that. It'll skip out on the subfloor. It does. Okay, perfect. So now it knows what is material-wise. It knows what is the floor and what is the subfloor. Cool. Okay. What kind of walls do we have? What kind of walls do we have? I want to kind of sift through some of the art that we have here. Oh, I feel kind of achy right now. Ooh. How's it going, Nebs? What's up? What kind of wall do we feel, chat? Oh, I think I'm okay. I'm going to see if it passes. This is kind of cute. Oh, wow. I actually love this. This is really adorable. I'm a big fan. Glass wall would be really cool, but of course it would mean that it needs to come with scenery, which is kind of weird. Gonna kind of add a lot to it, but walls are scary, chat. Walls are real scary. Suffering consequence of actions I could have obviously avoided, but was too lazy to do.
What
Real as
LE
fuck.
Ori making?
What's Laori making? We're making a single scene. We're 3D modeling a scene. We have only made the floor so far. And I'm figuring out, I'm kind of kit bashing ideas together. Taking scenes, art-based scenes, and just like kind of throwing them together and figuring out what kind of 3D model assets we're going to put together. I'm mostly just trying to build a repertoire, a little bit of practice and things like that. Should we just do like a plaster or a canvas wall? Maybe like a canvas wall. I think my first thought is kind of like this, kind of like the canvas wall with the wood planks going across. I'm burned from the sun real. Do elves live in generational houses of up to 15 generations due to how long they live? It just depends. Generations work a little bit differently because I mean it's not the same as our generation. It's normal that generations are going to begin reproducing, like, as soon as they're able to reproduce, but it's pushed back a little bit later. Fireplace in the 2 floors. Is this? This is not this one. This one? This is really cute, actually. I like this. Dungeon wall is interesting. Also difficult, but I think it would be interesting. I'd probably need to use geometry nodes, which I need to learn how to do. I do like this one. This is actually really cute. I think this is like cute and dynamic, at least for shape, if nothing else. Do we try a geometry node to do a, do we try to do a geometry node for... Oh, I just realized that these planks are fucking... They're gonna be really bad if they're... It should be like more like this, realistically.
These planks are hecking.
That's annoying. So why do we have a shading artifact right here? I'm curious. What is the shading artifact? Oh, because we have flip normals. I see. Oh, because we have the... Oh,
AKA,
gross. Okay.
parts of me that I didn't cover.
Yeah. The problem is that this is in other places that are going to be a lot harder to tackle than these ones. These are the easy ones. These ones go all the way across. Do we want to do a cobbled wall or do we want to do a canvas wall? I think I'm going to take the shape from that picture that we were looking at on Pinterest just a second ago. But do we want to do, like, cobbled wall will absolutely make it like a high fantasy seat, which isn't a bad thing. Just if that's the goal. Wait, did that hit both of them? Did that actually hit both of them just because of how they're positioned? Oh, awesome. Neat. Not 0.
At Nebula_Cole I could also own the dark side of the moon, or a part of it. It's kinda unyushid irk.
The dark side of the moon? What does that mean? Oh, unfortunately, I'm gonna lose 10 XP. Or 1000 XP, rather. No, it still has that shading artifact. I think that's just normally because of bad topology, but this is like a straight line, so I'm kind of confused, TBH, but whatevs. If I join these. The problem is that these are not, like, the correct...
At Moonboy Targonian could work, although you'd have your name to Moboy, or Onboy, or just Boy.
What's going on here? Why did those break? What? That's wild. That's wild that it broke right there. I'm not actually going to keep this, I don't think. I'm just kind of curious on how this looks if it joins together. It's kind of awkward because you have these pieces, right? Like, these pieces are incorrect, unfortunately. So probably unjoin them. I think I made a lot less floor than I meant to, though. What do you feel about me owning the Vancouver Island and the lore of Paya? I don't think people normally take ownership of stuff. I mean, you can write whatever you want. I usually don't try to like throw ownership at people with just willy-nilly and stuff like that. You can just write stuff about it, and then if it gets canonized, it gets canonized. It's usually the pipeline. Let me see if there's actually... I'm kind of curious if geometry nodes would be a better way to go about this. That's not how you do that. Kind of thing I'm just doing can probably exist there. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. I just don't like to promise anything until it happens. The goal is to do the thing first, not give preemptive. Yeah, not to give preemptive permission. Why is everything a video tutorial? I wish there's more things that were like art, text based. Okay, hold on. Let me hide this away real quick. We're gonna add another plane. Geometry node editor. Let's add a. God, I've not used these very much at all. Grid. Grid. I just put this in. Bird. Subdivide. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it interacts with the. Like, I don't think I can rasterize. I don't know how to rasterize this, rather. Probably do that. Yeah, okay. Wait, is there a brick or offset logic? There's just a brick texture? What? No, that doesn't work. Color's not going to work. What about FAC? No. You're not going to give me anything that's really interesting that you can do that, though. Oh, wait. Extrude mesh. Okay.
Finally back from ads.
Can we put a... Back from the ads. Grid subdivide. Oh, interesting. Okay, we did something weird. It's extruding in a really weird way. Okay, I think that just extruded. Whoa. Oh, okay, extruded everything but the grid. Interesting. Okay, I'm understanding what's happening now. I think. That's weird. If we set this like a 0.5, that's going to be half a stall. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Can we do a brick texture, right? And can I set like a normal map? Okay, that's not correct, but it is funny. I'll take that. That's the offset, which is giving a color. I didn't know that was possible. Okay, weird. This is weird. This is weird. Okay, heard. What if the wall was a bookshelf? I wouldn't mind that. I don't. You mind that? I was gonna 5 minutes. What have you done? Broke everything. Okay, here we go. Oh, we can apply it here. Okay, heard. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get rid of this group input. We're not gonna use that. We're gonna subdivide it. Did that do anything? I don't think it did. Mm-hmm. We can scale this with a random node first. We'll come back to that in a second, though. We're gonna kind of, yeah, we'll come back to that. I'm gonna try to look without a ton of. Oh, this is really cool. Okay, cool. This doesn't explain anything. That's cool. Oh, whoa. Wow, you can do a lot with this fucking application, dude. Holy shit. Okay, hold on a second. Is that just another language? Pet material. Okay, that doesn't do anything for us, I don't think. Whoa. You can download geometry nodes, but I don't want to download geometry nodes. I want to learn. I want to learn how to geometry node, chat. Help. Question for you on the silver bookmarks, the things I DM'd you about. Okay. Shaders are so much more efficient. Yes, I agree. But I want to know how to do this. We could just like do like a normal map. Like you could literally texture
At Tsunabero, this has
something like
implications,
this.
all of
I
which
want
I'm
to
accepting their future
understand
of.
how to do that. Whoa. What? How do we get this group input to... Can I add an attribute? That's not it. I'm so curious. I'm so super curious. This is such a Scott way. You single-handedly motivate me to reopen Blender. I love it. Oh. Oh, cool. I can do not input. Ah, that's how that works. Okay, heard. Heard. I'm learning. I'm learning. Okay. And then we can multiply. Oh, they're multiplying it by quantity. Understood. I don't think I understand this, but I'm very curious. Okay, so we're gonna multiply here by quantity x, size x by quantity x, flap. Okay. It's adding a flat number, so I don't know, unfortunately. Okay. We have nothing so far. Oh, because I haven't put the geometry anywhere. How do they even... They don't have the geometry node, which is really interesting. Separate geometry. Okay, interesting. But I don't know what they're adding to the... Well... In the order there are 4 tests: strength, distance, coverage, intelligence, and versatility. Oh, distance, coverage, intelligence, versatility. I need to help coming up with hard but not impossible tests for the last two. Be hard for about a level 35 to succeed, but fine otherwise. That's really tough and asking a lot. I don't know. I would need an example of something else that you've done, I think, on this front. Oh, interesting. There's a separate viewer window. Ah, no comeback. Motherfucker. I want this. I presume that it's also in the geometry node editor and probably a viewer. How can I open this? If one is fighting against a DR-15 monster, the distance one is as much targets that need to be destroyed within a time frame. You can fail one of the 4 tests and still join. Understood. Oh, it's an image editor. What? What? Select a viewer node? It is. I don't think that's correct. Oh, there's viewer node. Okay, heard. Okay, so that does nothing. I'm so curious. It has 81 faces and 100 vertices so far, but they don't do anything. I presume they're like all inside themselves right now, which is because these quantities aren't set to anything. I presume that's the issue, right? So let's say 5. Let's say the quantity is. Oh wait, no. Add. What do the add to 5? I'm so curious on how they do this. So large. Okay, that's normal size again. Okay, the quantity is just multiplying, but that's cool. That's cool. We're getting somewhere. The viewer isn't doing anything. So like this viewer node isn't actually doing anything, but we're getting somewhere? Question mark, which is interesting. Can you possibly DM me if you think of something? I'm going for a walk by grandma really quick here. Sure thing. Okay, we have something so far. But there's a selection node here that I'm not understanding yet. I think... Oh, because we want the size X to be like... And then this to be like size Y to be like 1. Heard. Okay, understood. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Because that's a plank, right? We just want a plank of wood. And that's how that would go. Yar. And I think we can come in here. We can remove this node, right? I'll actually put this right here. Well, now. And we're going to have a thickness. Yep. Which I presume is just and an offset. So I presume this is how far away from each other that they are separated, and then the thickness is how thick the board is. What is that? Okay, I'm pulling from like a silly image. Index, okay. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, I'm so curious. Okay, so we have this. I want this. Where's the viewer? Yeah, where's the viewer? So we're gonna put the viewer in the grid, right? Allegedly, this should be doing something. No. That's how you do that. Okay, heard. Okay, so if it multiplies. Hi, Hale, how's it going? So we want to multiply size by quantity. Yes. And then we're going to add quantity to something. I can't see yet. Hi, Hale, how's it going? What is it? I actually caught my much tease as possible. I was in fact watching the Blueprints tourney finals and prize giveaway before coming in here. I was as well, dude. Good shit, dude. We're gonna do the size X, we're gonna do the size Y, and then we're gonna do quantity X. Yeah, what if we just do this? Quantity X, quantity Y. This viewer just does nothing though, is the weird part. Like, why do we do nothing here? I so curious. Is this viewer doing anything correct? Render result obviously isn't going to do anything. Interesting. Can I rename this?
Hi Hale, laughing face.
Wood plank geonode. Okay, so it's the wrong thing, I think, is what's the problem. If I go like this, and I go attach to... How do I find the viewer node? That's interesting. Okay. Ah! Whoa. Do I need a UV editor? Texture editor, I assume not. It is this. It's this or UV. I kind of want to say it might be UV though. Like actually, is it because I don't have the object selected? No, I do. I do. I do. Is that possibly why? Okay, what happens if I do this? This is such a funny song, and I love it. What? Oh,
At Hale_the_abyss the Halloween is true and it's apocalyptic.
what? What happened here? And why are we still not like... I'm confused. I don't know. Chat, I don't know. I don't know how to. Okay. So let's delete these and just do that for a second. Oh, I didn't plug in the other multiply. That's why. I'm a goober is the problem. This should be an integer, I think. I think this should actually be an integer. There you are. Okay, that is the green color, or it is actually. It was adding one. It was adding exactly one. Okay. Chat, we're learning this together. I don't have any fucking idea either. These look like leeks. They look like little green onions, which I love. But why is it not going into the... Oh, I can see what you're doing. No way. It is. Okay, hold on a second. I think I'm just crazy, chat. No, undo that. Am I just... Is that it? Is there something there? I think there might be something there, like unironically, which is even more terrifying. Ah, that's what it was. I just need to be in wireframe. Understood. Okay, I see, I see. So if I turn this to 3 and 3... Oh my god, wait, no, chat, it actually works. Oh, fuck. But if I quantity X, 1... Oh! Chat, we got somewhere! Chat, we got somewhere! Oh my god, we got somewhere! Okay, cool, cool, cool. I'm learning, chat. I didn't know this was possible. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna, can I comment this? Comment? How do I add comment? Like, I just want, like, an organization box. I don't know. We'll get there. We'll get there. Chat, imagine needing organization. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so happy. God, the internet can suck sometimes. Hard. Okay. Okay. There's a separate node. So if I do... We're not separating it all yet. But... We're learning. We're learning. I'm gonna take this. Okay. So we take index, and I don't know why yet. I don't know why. We're gonna learn things the hard way, chat. This is actually really funny. Okay. We're doing a floored modulo, which I don't know why.
At Nebula_Cole there are plenty of other better targets. I would give you some, but then I'd offend someone and I'm not taking my chances.
It's a group input, allegedly. Oh, it's the group input, I think. And we just want quantity Y. Okay. What do we need that for? I don't think I know yet, but we're gonna learn. Probably. Oh, interesting. Okay. And we take this. We're gonna take this index again, and we're gonna do multiply. Okay. Which is the Y by 2. Okay. Interesting. And then we're going to take this. We're going to take this, and we're going to do a floored modulo. Right? Follow me, chat, because I'm not following me yet. We'll get there, though. And then the other value is going to be this. This multiply unclamped. Okay. And we're going to do equal. Into this. I don't even know what epsilon means in this case. We're going to do integer equal. Okay, yeah, so we don't even care about the epsilon. Okay, and the result is going to be this selection, allegedly. We're close. We're kind of getting somewhere-ish, but I think we did something wrong here. This doesn't feel good to me. What I think is supposed to happen is that they're supposed to, like the planks are supposed to separate from each other. I'm literally just looking at a picture, chat. That value does go into the A, indeed. Floored modulo. What is a floored modulo? What the fuck does that even mean? Is it possibly because the quantity is too low? Like, do I need the quantity to be higher? Yeah, I don't think this is it, chat. I don't think this is what we're looking for. Okay. Okay, we're not quite there. We're not quite there, but we're getting somewhere. Take index. What is index? Is index different for some reason? Multiply index by quantity Y. Should it not be multiplied by, like, offset or something like that? That doesn't feel good either. What's this button? Okay, no, we want... Apparently we want this. Wait, hold on. What if we do both? So it should be quantity Y, apparently. I think quantity Y was the actual one. The only way learning about things the hard way. Don't worry about it. I'm fine, chat. I know what you're talking about. If I wasn't so hyper fixated, I apologize. I would talk more, but I'm like so enamored right now. I'm pretty sure this is what this is saying, right? We're gonna multiply this value by 2.
We select every second line using floored modulo operation.
Oh, that's what this is trying to do. Remove every second line is what it's trying to do. So why is this not working? Oh, undo that. Okay, so what we want to do is select every second, take index. What the fuck is a floored modulo? That's division, right? Division with, yeah. It's a remainder operation where the result is always takes the sign of the divisor. Okay, yes. So a floored modulo, we're taking the index, right? So like the 0th index, for instance, and we're trying to divide it by quantity Y. Oh, okay. So we take the quantity. Are these in the wrong position? Is that the problem? Should this be here? And this here? Is that possibly the reason? No. So we want the... Interesting. Okay. Not that. So we're taking the quantity of Y, which is 6 in our case. So we're doing a floored modulo. Right? So we take the index. So 0 divided by 6 is 0. 1 divided by 6 is...
Mod is remainder. So like...
Yeah.
4 mod 3 is 1. 5 mod 3 is 2. 6 mod 3 is
always,
0.
This is always going to come out 0, right? Like, this is just always going to come out 0 because quantity Y is always going to be greater than index. I would think. Right? Am I crazy? What about this one? Multiply this value by 2. Then we're going to floored modulo. Okay, this one's different. This one's different. So we're going to take index. Shouldn't it just be that one? Right? Like, why are we doing this? Can we not just index floored modulo? Like... What? I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish either, Trank. This is the problem. I pretty much just like, we just want selection to be true if the index is divisible by 2, right? Like, that's all we're trying to accomplish. I'm looking at a picture right now, and I'm doing geometry notes for the first time. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're going to think really hard here. So we have this floored modulo, which is turning into this equal. If the integer is equal to the other integer, right? It equals 1. Right? No. That's not how it works, actually. Heard. Okay, no, I see why it's not working this way. Can I not? Hold on. Does Control-C not work on geometry nodes? Now I'm scared. Now I'm very scared. Okay. To put it exactly how I see it in the picture, we're going to take quantity Y, and we're going to go floored. Wait, is there a difference between... Okay, hold on a second. There's a difference, I think, between normal math and integer math somehow. Okay, heard. Okay, we take that. We're going to delete this. And then the second floored modulo is... I can't fucking tell, dude. It's so blurry. We're going to index. I feel like this should be... And we're going to take the multiply operation of this. So we're going to multiply this. Like this. Okay, so we're multiplying this by a value of 2. This is going to be what comes in here. And then we're going to equal these two. And it will suck and not do what we're trying to do.
It's a math node set to floored modulo operation. Just connect the nodes as shown on the screen. Quantity Y parameter.
Oh, is that that was why? That was why, chat. It was because this was selected okay. Fuck. All right. We also want to do opposite. And yes. Okay. We're learning, chat. Beware. Okay. So if we did like quantity X like 5 or something like that. Okay. We're getting wood planks, chat. Fuck. Cool. I'm gonna do it opposite though, because if we do 1, right? Like, yeah, this is kind of opposite. So I'm gonna swap. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna swap my X's and my Y's. I regret everything I've ever done immediately. Why did it do that? It really, I thought it was that simple. Apparently it's not. I don't know why it's not, but it's not apparently. Fuck it. Okay, it can be rotated.
The parameter that we used for the setup of grid.
We did that. So now is the offset. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do set position on the inverted. Okay. Oh, that's what separate geometry does. Understood. Okay. So we're going to do the group input. We're going to grab this group input again. Heard. We're going to multiply this by 0.5. Size Y by 0.5. Okay. Multiply. I don't know why, but sure. We'll figure it out in a second. Mix. What does the mix node do? We're going to take offset. And we're going to mix this with 0, apparently. No, the offset is the factor. Okay, offset is the factor. The value of the multiply is... Let's multiply by 0. What is that accomplishing here? I'm really not sure, but sure. Okay. And then combine XYZ. What? Okay. Combine XYZ, sure. And we're only putting it in the Y. I don't know what this solves. Oh, I see. Because it just turns it into a vector. Okay, understood. Because all we care about is that anyways. Cool. Weird. And we're putting this into the set position node under offset. Understood. We're just offsetting the Y some amount is what's happening. That did nothing. Cool. Oh, because I set the offset to 0. I assume it's probably the reason why. Right?
At Rainey's Falling High.
Okay. Okay, that pushed some things over, but it's not pushing the inverse, which is probably bad. I'm not 100% sure why yet, but we're getting somewhere. It's pushing the same one, which we don't love. Oh, I presume there's a connector node somewhere that
We will
I
make
need to
an
like.
offset along the y-axis.
Oh.
If we connect size y directly, we get an offset over the entire length of the board.
That makes sense.
But we only need half the length. Add math node and multiply size y value by 0.5.
Yep. Okay, so that's half the board across, so that it like every half board, that's basically how much it's going off by. Hi, Hazel, how's it going? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hi, how are you doing? I apologize, Sean. I know I'm like so focused.
Now we have a classic parquet pattern with a half offset. To make
Chat,
more
should I show you guys
patterns, we may add an
the
offset
tutorial
control.
that I'm looking at? Is that I feel like that would be a
Add
good
mix
idea,
node
right?
in float mode. Set position A and B.
Oh, I understand why it's like it the way that it is. Because the fact... Okay, heard.
Now you can control the transition between positions A and B using factor.
So the factor just controls how much the offset is, how close it is to... Okay. So setting it to 1 offsets it all the way, because that's the 0.5 mark, and then... Okay. The disembodied voice is kind of funny. It's okay. Hi, Hazel. How are you? Tell me about it. Tell me about you. What is up? Thank you so much for joining in.
Add split edges node.
Oh, and then we need to do join geometry. Wait, Chad, it's like kind of a thing, though. It's like kind of a thing. It's a little bit... No, it's correct. It's like actually correct. Oh! Chad, it's happening. It's fucking happening, dude. It's fucking happening. Holy shit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay. And more than that, look at that, Chad. Okay. I understand. I see the vision. Chad, I see the vision. Do we see the vision? I think we see the vision. Cool. And now we're gonna split edges. I don't know what split edges even does, but I'm glad we're doing it.
We need to make each face a unique mesh island.
Oh, what? What? So, scale elements. I don't know what this does.
Will bank.
Hey, GG on the bank. Let's go. That's wireframe. I like wireframe more. We're still flat because we need to extrude. I don't even know what scale element does. We're learning. Everything is okay. It looks like this is set to 0.9 currently, but because we're scaling along the faces. I understand. Okay, so we scaled the meshes across each other. Understood.
Yori, may you please add 16 seconds to Strem Plaza?
I need a really good reason why I should, Nips. Tell me the really good reason why. I'll set it to 0.9 for right now, but this is probably going to need to be, like, a value. Funny? Funny is pretty good. Alright, we can add 16 seconds. But only this time. We're going to do extrude mesh. Yep, that's what okay, that one was pretty... That one was pretty telegraphed, I'm going to be honest. Extrude mesh across thickness. The amount is going to be group input. Yep. It's going to be thickness.
We love the funny.
Chat, look at us go. We're making fucking planks. Holy hell.
Without split edges, node 1 line is one mesh island even if this line is subdivided.
Okay.
Enabling split edges separates the faces from each other. It gives us scene detailing and will be useful for the shader setup.
Oh, the scale edges was temporary. We're just doing that because they are separate objects, but we just needed to... That was just visualizing it. Okay, understood.
And the last node, extrude mesh node, to add a thickness to our floor.
Which we did.
Add bevel modifier after our geometry node tree to...
Oh, okay. So we add a bevel. Crazy. I didn't even think about this, dude. Do 2 segments and do like a 0.05, maybe like a... I think even less, honestly. Oh, it's not changing much, unfortunately.
make bevel and get a nice details. So that's all for this part, and see you in the next ones.
I can't even see what they're doing it at, but this is great. This is exactly what I would need for this type of tutorial, honestly. Just a funny voice with funny... This is awesome. Holy shit. Okay. Pure geometry nodes, chat. Look at that. That was purely geometry nodes. Okay, that took way more time. The tiles, they be tiled. Indeed. This took so much more time than it needed to. But I'm very happy. This is like a super harsh angle. Is it this that changes? No. What is... Wait. Can we make this, like, less? Vertices is not it. No, we want a bevel on this, but why is it so heavy on the bevel? Oh, whoa. Okay, this is what we're looking for right here. Okay, cool. Chad, this is so cool! Fuck! Okay, cool. I think like a 9, honestly. Like, it needs to be, like, very light, I feel like. And then we can just go into this, chat. Check this out. Right. We can just add more. Look at how much floor that is, chat. Look at how much floor we have. Scott, how's it going? What's up? We're 3D modeling in Blender, indeed. And I think what we can add, if I remember correctly, we could actually add a cube, right? And we could actually Boolean mod. But we want the intersect, I think. Yeah. So if I were to, like... Yeah! Okay, so that would actually just only show us... The Boolean will make it so that anything outside of that cube will cease to exist.
What song is that, Ori?
What song is this? This is... Pink Freak by Elliot Lee. Just delete that. We're not going to actually do the Boolean mod. But this is so cool, dude. So now we can make tile. We make this. I'm pretty sure that this is also how we would make, like, cobbled walls, which was the other thing we were going to do. So maybe we could try to do the cobbled wall by just adding, like, a little bit of, like, variance to them. I'm curious.
I've never used the geometry nodes yet, though.
This is my first time. You guys are witnessing my first time ever. I've never done this before. Who taught you to use node and booleans? The internet. The internet just now.
Voronoi texture would probably work for cobble.
Are we doing... Voronoi texture would probably work for cobble. Okay, let's... Blah. This is the second one, trust me. Floor. Okay, so let's take the geometry nodes on this. What my geometry node? Oh, okay, we can just do that. We need a Voronoi texture. So how do we turn distance into, like, to texture with... Ooh, Voronoi is wild. We can change this whatever we want, I presume. But this is just a noise texture. Oh, set position offset. Right? I think is what we're doing. Ah, yes, that's terrible. Awful. Love. Atrocious. Awesome. We want to scale it up a lot, I presume, right? Okay, so we have something like Tim Burton-y. Like, we're getting pretty Tim Burton-y right now. Detail, can we... Let's raise that detail up. Roughness. We're doing something for sure. One day you're doing shaders. Lamau, this is wild. I'm doing my best, dude. I'm trying so hard. I'm so curious on how this does. Okay, no, we want 3D. We can do 4D. 4D is gonna work with more things than I'm willing to think about right now. I'm gonna be so real with you. Okay, yeah, that does just do that, essentially. Like, this is just gonna push it around, but it's like... I think I need to scale it, like, a ton, right? Because we want it to be, like, per plank, essentially. One thing that we probably should do is make this, like, a 0.5 or something like that, because we want, like, big bricks, right? We want this to look like big old bricks, and we want it to, like, not be, like, a 50 quantity.
I
Something
step
like
away from chess.
Goodbye, chess. We're gonna change the thickness to, like, a 2. Not a 2, sorry. Like, a 0.5. Because we want, like, a good wall, right? Right? Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? We might need to subdivide is the problem. Yep, it gives us a ton more detail to work with. Are giving us too much detail, chat. 53,000 faces? Chat, it might be a little too much.
Computer's gonna be crying soon.
Computer gonna cry, yeah. We're gonna save this real quick. Let me go to my downloads. Stream.blend works perfect. Okay, just to make sure that when this crashes, we know where to go with it. Oh, fuck. Minecraft. I'm curious, actually. I'm curious. I want to see what kind of textures we have. Hey, a brick texture. Oh, it doesn't have an offset. Good talk. Understandable. Have a nice day. Voronoi noise texture. What about just a generic noise texture, right? Factor, I think, is a single. Oh, you know what we need to do? Actually, we need to vector. We need to like what's it called? Combine XYZ. That's what it is.
Voronoi makes distinct cells.
Interesting. Okay, we're gonna not do that actually. Probably should have done this before the subdivide. Okay, interesting. Was it because I pumped the detail up so much? No. Okay, so size actually makes less faces? Was not expecting this. Okay, heard. Oh, because it makes it less of it. Heard. How's this bevel handling? It's losing track of how far everything is, I think. Yo! Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you.
I love you.
Huge.
Scarlet Joe Handrel just shared
Thank you so much.
100
What color
bits.
would you like? I
Take
really
my last
appreciate you.
100 biddies.
Green always Scarl 978 wobble.
Green always. Huge. Thank you so much.
Bank or timer?
Tank or Bimer? There's your one green. Perfect. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead and throw it in the cup. Chat, we have a Lover Sub performer now. I mean, it's mostly just blue. Like, we just have, like, blue as fuck. But then there's, like, a little bit of Lolo and a little bit of green. Num, 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 num. Should I put something? I should put something in the Voronoi texture, maybe. Probably. Does it not need anything, though? Chat, we're doing another one. We're doing another. Yes, this Blender tutorial indeed. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, cute. Oh, hot. Okay, understood. What I'd like to do in that case, because we separated. Should I put the Voronoi texture earlier in the? Okay, hold on. I think I understand what needs to happen here. We need to make each one like their own like rock, for lack of a better term, right? Like we want to make like a rock texture for each one before it gets like attached, right? So like before we
Yes.
join geometry. Understood. Yes, yes. Basically turn planks into cobble. We're kind of trying to make this a brick, for lack of a better term. Okay. Okay. I think I understand. Whoa, that's wild. God, I love procedural generation. Okay, what we're gonna do actually is we're gonna delete this for right now. I'm gonna follow this other tutorial. We still have this one, don't worry. So we still have the planks, right? But I'm just gonna add a cube, and we're just gonna do a completely separate geometry node and see if we can kind of slap these together a little bit. So we're gonna do this. Wrong. Oh, I want to try this real quick. I want to make sure that this is. Plank. Boring. Cool. Now we can go back to this, and we can go back to quote-unquote wrong. So we're going to subdivision surface. Mesh. Yes. No. What? Subdivision surface. This one. Oh, there's more. Cool. That is, in fact, a wrong. And we're doing level 4, apparently. Cool. And the edge crease is going to be 0.2. Wow, you have a lot of control with this. Wow, I did not realize. That's crazy. Cube. Why not a sphere? I feel like we always start with cubes in my experience when it comes to 3D modeling. Like, we almost always start with a cube. And this one I actually know how to answer. So let me add an icosphere real quick. So the reason that I understand why we generally start with cubes is because icospheres have these kind of awkward geometry where it works completely in triangles, where cubes work in squares, which is really good for topology. At least I know that's true when we're modeling humans, or when you want to re-topo thing. Yeah, facing makes sense. Make cube into spheres. Exactly. Why make sphere when you could cube the sphere? Because if we were to do this, then like this is a really good sphere, and specifically for topology, I can't edit it right now because we're doing geometry nodes, but you can see that we have these squares that are in really, really gorgeous topology. We have good edge loops and stuff like that. When we're modeling, we don't want things to be triangles. When it gets turned into a game, like if we're playing a game, it's gonna want triangles because quads can get turned into impossible shapes. However, when we're doing topology, it's just better to work in quads for shrug reasons. No, no. I did not start Blender today. I started geometry nodes today. I've been in Blender a few times in my life, for sure. But this is my first time using geometry nodes. Let me confirm that. I apologize. I've used Blender a few times. I'm no pro at it, don't get me wrong. I'm not a pro at it, but I know how to use Blender. I've done character models. I've never done anything super crazy. I have like a series of assets that I've made, and they're all pretty basic, but I kind of want to just kind of build up my repertoire of 3D models and my inventory of 3D models, for lack of a better term. What about love triangles for our duders? Okay, transform geometry. I want you to know that I'm like watching tutorials, but I'm not actually watching them. I'm just like trying to get context clues on what's going on in the videos in front of you, chat. That's what's happening here. This is the scuff that you came for, I presume. Okay, so this is just a standard transform. So we'll be like 0.5 this. Yeah, I would just squamch. We're just gonna put like random values in like all of this. Turn them into polycules, exactly. This is my first time using a computer ever. Yes, chat, indeed. I presume that we're going to put group input into this somewhere where we're going to like modify that manually, I'd assume. Whoops. What's the dupe button? There it is. Okay. Okay, well, no, don't do that. Oh, what? It did go there. Damn. And then we subdivided again? Oh, that's terrifying. Holy shit. Look at how freaking smooth that thing was, dude. Well, no wonder it's so smooth. It's fucking 400,000 faces, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be real smooth, let me tell you. Okay, we don't do that. But apparently we are subdividing it again afterwards, which is interesting.
At Tsunabaro, I personally don't see the appeal, but I know it's there.
Then we're going to do a set position. Okay, I presume the set position is going to come before the subdivision. No, it's not. Why? Okay, heard. Set position, okay. Understood. And it's the Voronoi texture! Oh my god, Wizrad's so smart. Wizrad called it too. Pancake. Chat, we have pancake. Pancakes. And we're gonna do 2D. Oh, we're gonna do 4D! Chat, we're getting 4. Hold on, we're turning on the audio for this one, chat.
do this, we're going to go to the add menu and we're going to search for a Voronoi texture.
This is
So let's
Ryan
drop
King,
the
by the way,
Voronoi
chat.
texture down
Ryan
here, and then
King.
we can change some of the settings of the Voronoi. So here on the 3D, I'm going to change this to 40, and this will give us this cool W value, which will kind of randomize the texture. And then also here on the F1, we're going to change this to smooth F1. And so this is going to give us this smoothness value, and we can use this to change
Heard.
the smoothness of the cracks. And then let's change
Understood.
some of the settings. So I'll turn the W value to 1. Let's also turn the scale to like a 1.24, just a 1.24. And then all the other settings I'm going to leave at the default. So
Understood.
now we need this Voronoi texture to go into the position to actually change how it looks. Now, if I just take the distance and put that into the position, you can see it's not working properly. And that is because you can see that the data isn't the same. So this here is black and white data because it's a Voronoi texture, but then this position here, this is vector data. So let's just unplug the distance from the position.
We're gonna need
So
to
fix this, we
jam
need
it
to go
into
to
a
the add
vector.
menu, and we need to search for the vector math node. So
Yeah.
we'll add the vector math, and let's stick this here between the Voronoi and the set position. Now what we want to do is also add in a position node, which will give it position data. So we're going to go to the add menu, and we're going to search for a position node, and we're just going to add this little red position. And then what we want to do is put the position into the top one of the vector, and then we want the Voronoi texture distance to be going into the bottom one. Now here on the add type, we want to change this to multiply instead. And so it's going to multiply that, and it'll mix them together. So the Voronoi and
Understood. I understand, Chad. I understand. So we're gonna take every single vector. So like you can imagine, like every single one of these faces has a vector pointing out, right? And we're just gonna multiply that by the Voronoi texture. So that should, if I understand correctly, wrap around it. If I understand, 40 rock. Does it smell? Does it make noise? True. Real. These are the real
the
questions
position.
we need to
So
know.
now you can see that the end of this multiply
Interesting.
is now
Okay,
a
cool.
purple diamond, and so that's the same as this purple diamond, so we can mix those values up. So we'll put
Chad,
the
it's funny.
multiply into the position. So now you can see it's actually displacing the mesh, and so we now have all the W values and the scale and the detail, and we can just change these to actually change how the texture looks. And you can see this smoothness value. If I turn the smoothness down, now it's going to be really sharp, or if I turn the smoothness up, it's going to be much more smooth. So let's just pull out
That's
the Voronoi
crazy,
so we can
chat.
see it a bit better. And actually for now, I'm going to turn the smoothness down to 0 because I don't really want any smoothness right now. Now I want to change how much it's popping out because you can see right here there's like a spot where it's going in a lot, and then there's a spot over here where it's coming out quite a bit. So to fix this, I need to
This is
change
crazy.
the black and white values of this Voronoi. So I'm going to box select these nodes and bring them over a bit, and then I'll go to the add menu and I'm going to search for a map range node. So let's drop the map range here in between the Voronoi and that multiply.
Map
So
range.
the map range
Okay.
is
So I
going to
presume this is
change
going to be
the
like a
lighter
clamp.
and darker values, and so that'll actually
Okay. Yeah.
control
It's
how
gonna.
much
It's gonna.
popping out.
It's
So
gonna
we
put
have
a minimum and a maximum on
the
each
from
one.
min and the from max, and then the to min and the to max. So you can see how these are actually changing the texture. So I do have some specific values that I found work really well. Let me just make this bigger so we can see it a little bit better. So the from min, I'm going to turn this to a negative 0.24. So a negative 0.24. And then the
Okay.
from max, I'm going to turn to a 0.91. Just a 0.91. Then
Okay.
the to min, I'm going to turn this to a 0.22, just a 0.22. And then the to max, I'm just going to leave this where it is. But you can also make this bigger if you want to make the whole rock bigger. All right, so now that looks a bit better. So by changing these values, this part right here isn't going back.
So from what I understand, what's happening is that this Voronoi texture is just going to create like a black and white map. It's just going to make like a randomized black and white map texture, right? Like this is just going to look like black and white noise. And what this is doing is saying that the white actually is turning into a negative, but the positive, like all black, instead of being a 100%, is maxing at 91%. I think. I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Quite as much.
But
And then also the
that's as
parts
far as
here
I'm
which are
understanding.
Popping out, they aren't popping out quite as much. So that makes it look a bit more like an actual rock.
Chat, we have
All right,
rocks.
so I want to box select all these nodes, and I want to keep my nodes nicely organized. So if I box select them, I can join them into a frame by pressing Control J, and then I can kind of drag
that's
these
how
nodes
that-
together. And the frame is just a nice way to keep the nodes organized. So now I can click on the frame and move all these nodes around.
That's how
Now
you do
all
that.
of these nodes
Shit.
are creating the base shape of the rock. So if I select the frame, I can press F2 to add a label, and I can just rename this to base shape. And if you haven't saved your project already, definitely do that. So click
I'll
on
remove
File,
this from the-
click on Save or Save As, and make sure to save your project. So
Alt
the rock
P.
is looking pretty cool, but I want to add some extra detail because it actually isn't that detailed on the surface. So what we're going to do is use a very similar setup for this base shape. So let's just drag the group input over here, and then I actually want to use many of these same nodes. So the set position and the multiply and the position, we're going to use all of these nodes because we're going to use a very similar setup, but then we're going to
Chat,
add
this
a
is so
noise
fun.
texture instead of a
Rocco.
Voronoi texture, and the noise texture
You have
will
to sculpt
add
and
some
sign your
detail
name on
all
it
over the
procedurally.
So we're going to select the position, the
I hate
multiply,
that.
and the set position. We'll press Shift D to duplicate, drop them up here, and then we can press Alt P, and Alt P is going to bring them out of the frame. So let's just drag them over here, and then we'll drag the input back, and we can just take the set position, and we can plug this set position geometry into the geometry, and then this set position can go into that geometry. So basically we're just adding this into the wire setup, the node wire setup. So now we have the same setup. So the position and the multiply, this is going to convert that to the actual vector data, which we can use in the set position. But instead
This is multiplying
of
everything
using a
by 0,
Voronoi
so it just
texture,
broke
I wanna use a
everything, but
noise
that's normal.
texture. So let's just go to the add menu and we'll just add a noise texture.
Ah,
We'll
heard.
drop the
Okay.
noise texture down here, and then we can take the factor and we can put that into the second vector. So now you can see the noise is actually distorting it. But I do want to change some of the settings of the noise texture. So let's
Assumingly
turn the
scale.
3D to the 4D instead, so that is better. And then also the
Oh,
W,
yeah.
we can
Now
leave
it's
that
much
to 0
better.
for now, but this is kind of a randomized value or a random seed value to change
That makes
the noise.
sense. So W is
Also,
our
the scale
ours our
here, I
seed.
wanna
That's why we
turn
need a
this to
40.
like a 0.14, and then the detail, I'll
Little
turn
baby
this
noise.
up to the max of 15 because I want it to be very detailed. And then also this laconarity value, I will turn this up to a 2.5 because I want a bit more laconarity. All right, and already you can see that is adding quite a bit more detail to the rock. And then if we want to give it even more detail, we can just go back here to this subdivision surface, and we could, for example, turn the level up to 2, so now you can see it's even more detailed. All right, so then one more thing I want to do
Whoa.
is shade this smooth, because
That was so much detail, but it's so expensive, dude.
So
These faces, there's so many
so
faces
we'll just go
on
to
this
the add
rock.
menu, and we're going to search for the set shade smooth, and we'll put this at the very end of the node setup. And there we go,
Oh.
we have a really cool procedural rock. Now for all of these nodes here, I'm going to
We can set shade smooth in the geometry node. Set shade smooth? Yeah. But we can do it like funky-liciously. Yeah.
box select these nodes, and I'll press Ctrl J.
Wait,
Pretty
did you have
rock of
for
death.
all of these nodes here.
Yes, the pretty rock of death indeed.
I'm going to box select these nodes.
Okay, I think that he desmoothed his, so I'm gonna desmooth this all the way, and you can see that it's like, yeah, it's got much sharper edges.
And I'll press
Interesting. And I think he also did this. Yeah, because look at that, dude. You get so much detail out of that. It's crazy. Noise.
Ctrl J to join them together into a frame. And with the frame selected, I'll press F2 to add a label, and I can call this extra detail. So now to make this rock generator much more useful, we're going to be adding custom values, and that way it'll be really easy to control the rock. So if we take this group input and if we plug values up to the group input, then over here on the side panel on the modifiers, we'll be able to control those values here on the geometry nodes modifier. And so we don't have to go into the geometry nodes editor. So the first value that I want to add is the subsurf. So let's take this level here and we'll put that into the extra socket, and you can see it shows up here. Now if I press the N key to open up the side panel, you can go to group and you can actually rename these. So I'm going to rename this to rock subsurf so that we can control the subsurf. So now we can control that value right here. Now the next value that I want to add is the detailed subsurf. And so that is going to be this one over here. So if we turn up this, it's going to be even more detailed. So I'm just going to turn it down to 1 for now so it has less detail. And we'll take the level and we'll plug this here into the extra socket. Let me just make this a bit smaller so we have more space, and maybe make this a bit smaller. And then here, if I double click on this to rename it, I'm going to rename it to Detail Subsurf. Now I also want to be able to change the random shape. So if we go here to the Voronoi texture, this W value is basically just a random seed to change that Voronoi. So let's put the W here into the extra socket. And then if I click on the W here, you can see that there's that little extra button right there, and that's the input attribute toggle. For our node setup, we don't need this. So I'm going to click on single value just to hide it so that the geometry node setup looks a bit more clean and neat. And then I can
wait, how do you... Oh, you can change it to... Oh, that's what that was before. Understood. Okay, cool.
This to rename it, and I'm going to rename it to random shape. Now we can also change the scale, so we can change that scale value here. So let's put the scale into the extra socket.
Scale. Oh, for this? Whoa, that's wild. Can we make it like a little bit cubier is my question. Like, one of my questions is that we had this right here. That's... Oh, whoa. Because, like, if we want a brick, right, we want it to be kind of, like, longer, like this, right? I don't hate this, dude. I don't hate this. This is wild. Okay, I'm so tripped up by this. This is so fucking neat. Okay, anyways, don't worry about me, chat. So we have a random seed. So now we can, like, actually, like, change what it looks like, what the seed does. This can be, like, literally anything, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's, like, pulsating. It's weird. And then scale. Okay, so allegedly we want to change the scale. I'm actually curious about this. So what if I did the X to 2? What does scale do? Oh yeah, less scale kind of does like less stuff, for lack of a better term. Okay, yeah, scale matters. Heard.
And then again, if you click on the scale, we can hide that value.
Scale, single value. I guess just scale is
By
fine.
clicking on single value.
It's kind of
If
wrong
I
though?
double click on this to rename it, I'll rename this to rock edge size. So now by changing that value, we can change how many of those edges there are. Now I can also change this edge crease here. So if I change the edge crease, that'll make it more or less sharp. So we'll put the
That's what, okay, heard. So we're gonna put edge crease, yep.
edge crease into the extra socket there, and then click on the edge crease, and we can also choose single value. Now I also want to change the edge smoothness. So if we go
Avo,
here to the
go on,
Voronoi
Nebs, I
texture,
appreciate you.
can see there is this smoothness value, and that'll
Smoothness
change
is
the
gonna be one.
smoothness of that texture. So we'll put the smoothness into the extra socket
there.
there, and then if I double click on this to rename it, I'll rename it to edge smoothness, and then again we'll choose single value. Now I also want to be able to control the size of the rock. So this transform geometry has some scale values. So we'll put the scale into the extra socket there, and then if I double click on this, I can rename it to rock scale. So now you can change the X, Y, and Z values to actually change the size of the rock. Now I also want to be able to have a randomize for that detail.
This is
So
so
if we go
useful,
right
dude.
over
There's
here
so
to the
many things
extra
that this
detail,
works for.
This noise texture has a W value, so that's going to change the detail. So we'll take this W
That's
value from the
crazy.
noise texture, let's drag it over here and stick it into the extra socket. And then if I double click on this to rename it, I'll rename it to detail randomize. And then we can do the same thing for the
We're gonna grab the group for this. Yeah, like that. I think I'm gonna move this around a little bit because this is the detail seed. We want this next to random seed, but it's called the other one rock seed. Shape random seed. Then we have detail random seed. Cool. And now if we change, we want this to be single value. Yeah. So if we take the detail random seed, then we can change what the details look like in a really fun, interesting way. Okay, cool.
the scale. So we'll go back here to the noise texture. Let's take the scale and we can drag that into the extra socket.
That's this scale? Yeah. This is noise scale. Single value. Boom.
And then we can just rename this to
I was
detail
modeling.
scale.
Amazing.
Let's click on this group input and I'm going to drag it right over here so that you can actually see it next to the noise texture because we're going to be adding more of those values. So I also want to be able to control the noise detail. So we'll put the detail into the extra socket and I can double click on this and rename it to
Does this even change anything? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it, though. I'm just going to leave it at
noise
max.
detail. And then I also want to control the roughness and also the distortion. So I'll put those in there and now we have roughness and distortion. And you could also change the lacularity value if you want to, but I find that isn't really helpful. It just kind of makes the rock look kind of weird, so I'm not going to use that. And then this group input here,
I will put roughness and distortion, I think. I don't know how useful those are, but... rather regret putting it in than regret not putting it in,
Let's
frankly.
press
So
Alt-P to bring it out of that frame, and I can drag it back over here just so the node setup looks a bit nicer. All right, let's press
Cool.
the N key to close the side panel, and I can make this a bit bigger. We can also make this a bit bigger here so we can just see the final
This
rock.
is
And
sick,
then
dude.
one more
This
thing I
is
forgot
so
to do,
sick.
You can see right down here on these last values, they have the input attribute toggle. So just to make the geometry nodes modifier look a bit nicer, I'm going to open up the side panel again, and then
yeah, this is
value
just sick. That's
and the distortion. And then if I duplicate this rock, I can then change some of the values. So I'll change the random shape there. Let's also make it a bit smooth. So let's change the edge smoothness. And then also maybe I could change the Z value.
chat. This is so freaking dope. I'm so excited. Okay. So if I'm understanding, now we can take this little thing right here. Oh, don't do that. No, not that. Anything but that. Okay, good enough. Get rid of the smooth. Okay, so now we have this rock. It's a cool rock. I like the rock. I do think that this thing is like chewing up like faces. Like this thing has so many faces on it. I think in a lot of cases we're going to want to like just like that. That's still a lot of faces for what it is. We want to like let the texturing do most of the work, but this is like, God, dude, this is like, oh, it's like 400,000 faces, but it's such a good rock. Fuck. We'll fix it later. This is bad. This is bad practice. Don't do this. But what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna make like a, because this is like,
Hecking nice rock LMFAO.
it is a good fucking rock, dude. I'm big happy with this rock. So what I think is probably gonna happen is that we're gonna make another geometry node. That's basically the plank thing, but we're gonna put the ronk into the plank thing, if that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense to me, honestly. We want each plank to be its own rock, and I think what we're gonna probably do is multiply the seed by the index or something along those lines. So like this seed right here will be multiplied by some amount. But there's a lot of distortion going on, which we'll probably have to like turn down by quite a bit. We don't want that much distortion. It's actually distorting the wrong way now. I just made it negative, but it looks so cool. God, it's so cool, dude. Noise roughness. Oh, that's like more like stylized. Oh, that's so interesting.
It's not just a rock, it's a boulder.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. Dude, there's so many ways we can do that. Okay. Rock. And now, what I hope we can do, what I'm kind of hoping we're going to do, I'm going to hide this again. Add cube. What I'd like to do is I want to add a new geometry node, right? Can I grab a different geometry node? Yes, we can. Okay. So, we're going to take this plank one, right? We want the floor one. Okay, this is plank flooring 2. So we have this rock wall now. We're just going to put this one back to what it was. We want plank flooring, right? But for this one, we're going to grab rock wall. Yes, rock wall. Everything will break. It'll be perfect. Plank flooring. Rock wall should be the same, I think, but... What happened here? Why do we break? Why we break? What do you mean? Trying to think I broke something. Oh, because I have to set the size and stuff. That's why. Okay, heard. We're good. We're good, chat. We're good.
Brain.
Okay. And on this other one, we have a bevel, which we're not going to need here in a second, but we're just going to put it on for right now. Oh, we'll set the 2. No, sorry. 1. Actually, we're going to set it to 0.5 for right now because we still need to put the rock texture in it. We're going to have to make some changes for sure, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So we're going to go to offset 1. That's max offset. We went the wrong way. Okay, hertz, 0.15 and 1, like that. Okay, so now we have these big rocks, for lack of a better term. Let's actually do 0.5 on this. Oh, that actually just kind of looks like a brick wall, doesn't it? Yeah, that actually just kind of looks like a brick wall, but whatevs. Okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to try to take this geometry node and see if we can take each one and just put it through a rock node. I think we take the separate geometry, right? And we just put that through rock. Ronk, right? Just do this. Oh, I just realized how many edges this is going to be. Oh, this is gonna hurt, dude. I think we just hit millions of edges. I think we just hit millions. My bad. My bad. Oh, Blender's not happy, dude.
Burn the computer down.
Oh, I hear my GPU struggling, dude. Even TTS was like, Chatbot was kind of like, stream fucking up. Oops, my bad, chat. Save? I'm gonna give it a sec. I'm not gonna try to make it compute. I'm making a wildfire.
Welcome in.
Okay, hold on. We can do this. We can do this. You got this, computer. You've got this. I believe in you. PC, I believe in you so hard. We were making
At
a
Phoenix Games
procedural.
73, welcome. I think he's trying to make a cobblestone wall.
That I am. I am trying to make cobblestone wall. However, I think I just clicked a button that said, please make this 18 million faces right now and calculate all of those faces. I pressed that button. So now we're here. So it's just going to take a second. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to fix itself or if this is just going to crash. It very well might just crash. But we've got this, chat. We haven't even gotten into modeling anything, dude. We have not modeled a thing. Oh my god, we need to chill on the side quest, dude. Holy fuck. Calculate eternity. Okay, hold on. Let me just crash it. Let me just kill Blender real quick. I'll put it out of its misery. I'm sorry that I did that to you, Blender. Did you save? I tried. I don't know if it caught it though. I think once that happens, it's kind of okay. We saved some amount back. It's not perfect, but we're here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna copy plank flooring again. Okay, and we're gonna do this rock wall. We're gonna add a cube. We're gonna give it the geometry node. Rock wall. That one. We'll do 0.5, 1, 10, and 10. Offset will be 1.
Also, all of this was a side quest.
Kind of. Not exactly a side quest, but it was kind of a side quest. A little bit of a side quest. Okay, now I'm going to do it. I'm going to add rock wall. Or ronk, right? But I'm going to put it up here. We're going to set it to 1 and 1. So that it is not super freaking detailed. And I'm going to save while we're here. Rock wall. I don't even know if this is going to work. We need to try to make this work. It might not. Blap. And then here's the hard part. Okay. We're somewhere. We're not there, but we're somewhere. Oh, this is going to take so much, dude. Oh, chat. It was so much worse than I thought it was. Oh my god, it was so much worse than I thought it was. Because this also has a subdivide on it. So it's already being subdivided by something else. That's why. Subdivides, by the way, chat, just so we know, are very, very exponential. So, like, that was, like, probably, like, 20s of millions. Okay, we're gonna unsubdivide it. Where's the subdivision? Subdivide mesh? Yeah, please don't do that, actually. Just normal is fine. Oh, wow, it's atrocious. But we're gonna fix it. Actually, I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna keep that there. I'm just gonna set it to 1. Or even 0 for right now, so we can go back and fix it if we want. I'm gonna add 1 subdivision. Not bad. We're gonna add another subdivision. Okay. This looks terrible. I will admit, this looks absolutely atrocious. We might be able to get somewhere with this. Don't do that one. Not that one. Seed is not the issue. I think all these are extremely multiplicative by nature of them now going through this other portion of the algorithm. I don't think it's working, chat. Okay. What I think we're going to do is we're actually just going to take Ronk. So we have this grid selection. We're actually going to have to take Ronk, I think. I'm going to add a cube and just give it Ronk so I can just grab things from it. Ronk. So what I want to do is take this, like, base shape. Let's see if we can just take this base shape and copy this over to Rockwall. This doesn't have any subdivisions in it, I don't believe, so we should be good. Okay, this is already breaking really hard. I did have subdivisions in it. Whoops. Okay, I'm curious on how it's handling this. I think what it might be doing is it's checking for the origin point rather than separating them, which I don't know exactly what to do there. Yeah, because I think it's working against the origin point rather than anything else. Oh, you know what? It's probably because of this group input right here. Yeah, okay. That's why. It was taking silly inputs. So we're going to delete that. Okay.
Wow's a new art piece?
It's something. We're getting there. Give me a second. Interesting. I'm so curious on what it's trying to do. Oh, weird. Oh, weird. What is it attempting to do? I want to know. We're moved to modern art piece. It might be that this also... It could just be that this is in the wrong spot. Hold on. Take this and put it, like, here. I'll put it here. Right? Where'd we go? Cool, it puts grossness in it. But what happens when I do this? Okay. 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 What happens when we put that here as well? Right? We're gonna cook for a second. We're gonna cook for a second. Kitchen's on fire. Boom. Get rid of that. Does this do the functionally same thing? Not quite. It's not quite the same thing, but it's still pretty atrocious. Heard. Okay. You know what? We might actually need to go even earlier. I'm kind of wondering, do we need to go... So, like, if we're... So this is just, like, a thing, right? Like, this is just... Oh, because it's separating geometry. Okay, so what we actually want to do, what I'm assuming here, right, is we want to take the point where... Oh, interesting. That's super interesting. So what we kind of want to do, I think, is that this... What this effect is... What this is effectively doing is it is... taking an existing grid and it's tearing it apart. That's not what we want our rock wall to do. We don't want to tear it. We want it to duplicate it functionally. We want it to functionally duplicate it and then iterate it over some distance. Okay, I'm just gonna actually delete this, I think, because I don't remember how to delete this. Whoops.
I only know how to do that with a modifier. The modifier's name brain is not brain today.
Oh, you're right, you're right. There is a way to do that. Oh my goodness. There is a way to skip all of this the entire time. Fuck. Let's put the ronk on it, right? We put ronk. Oh goodness, what's the name of that modifier? I know what you're talking about too. Holy shit. Array. It's chat, there wasn't such an easy way to do this the entire time. What did we even make the plank wall for, dude? What do you mean? Oh my god, that's so funny.
That's how I do floorboards, lol.
What was the... Why did we do that? I mean, it's still cool. Like, there's other reasons that we can use this, but it's so funny. Okay, but the problem is, though, is that we can't actually change the W value. We can, I think. I think we can, but it's a really weird way. I have an idea on how we can seed these, but for right now... Fuck me, dude. Can we add another array? I think we're gonna do another array, but instead we're gonna do 1 and 0 like that. So, okay, so now we can change both of these arrays to Y array and X array. So funny, dude. That's so funny. Oh my god. Okay, so instead of putting the W in like this, what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna take like a get position. And we'll just, like, break this X value. We need, like, a separate vector. Yeah, separate X, Y, Z. We're just gonna put the X into the W, right? So that it's different per. I think that's different per. Can I get, like, global position? I want to put that X in this W as well. Oh, they still see the same because their origin is... poopy. Okay, so that doesn't work. That doesn't work. When we array it out like that... Okay, I think what we're going to do is we are going to actually try to do this the correct way. Bake and then apply texture individually? I think we could. But I think I'm going to try to make this procedural because procedural is just going to give us a lot more control. Is array a thing in here? No, it's not. Okay. What happens when you give the node after the erase? Oh, you're smart, you're smart, you're smart. Oh, shit. Is that going to get more and more distorted as time goes on? It will. Okay, I see. So it really doesn't like this because as it gets further from its origin point, I think it's getting more distorted. That was a really good idea. That was a really good idea. Okay. Mesh line? What's a mesh line?
At 7979 Louis hi.
Hi, how's it going? What's up? Right, the node could work. I can't, there isn't an array node, but I do know that this matters as well. This is actually really important. Okay, I think I get where we're coming from. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay, heard. Okay, so what we want to do in that case is offset it.
BRRRRRRRRRRR.
Okay, that was it. So this is basically what an array does, from what I understand, right? So we want this as well. We're going to do the same thing. And put these instances in here. Put this in the geometry node. And first it's going to do the X, but we're going to change it to Y. Okay, we're getting somewhere. But now we're in the node, so we actually can control, hopefully, what each one of these look like. We could also probably, like, randomize it, like, ever so slightly, which would be kind of fun, so that they have, like, a little bit of boop, 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 boop. Yep. Variable XY position, what I was thinking. But now what I'm hoping for is that we can change this W value. Does the W actually change anything? Like, if I just put the W back, right? So if I put the shape random seed in here, are they all going to be the same? They are. So what if I take position now? That's not how that works. Nope, it's still relative to each. Okay, so we have this same problem now. Actually, out of curiosity, can we, like... Can we, like, make this a little rougher? Because, okay, yeah, we still can. So let's actually edge this up a little bit. Okay, cool. Good edge crease. That's actually really good. Turn down the smoothest. Okay. Chat, I love these so much. This is so fun. Okay. What I think we can do is we can change this point, right, to... Is it mesh online? Wrong one. We want the Y. Okay. So we're kind of in Rockwall territory, but now we need this, like, randomness for each one. And you know what I actually wonder? Hold on. Let's go like this. Do we just do that beforehand? Is that what happens? And then we introduce the randomness afterwards? Maybe?
Variable rotation.
Variable rotation would be huge as well. Agreed. Okay, not quite. Let's turn the instances down real quick. Let's. Okay, that broke the
Chili McKay Laster ice cream?
ice cream. That's the same as putting array mods on top. Yes. I see. I understand. Do with you.
Lurky Luna Lick, Lurky Luna Lick.
Thank you for the lurkies. I appreciate you. Okay, so how do we want to do this exactly?
TDS really randomly chooses its victims.
It does. Wrong one. Oh, I put it in the wrong way, I think, anyways, Lamau. Just curious. Oh, because I put the count in wrong. So I put this in. Okay, that just bricks it again. Curious on that one. That's just before the extra detail. It like undoes all of the detail for some reason. Because it seems to like not remember. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, curiosity. So this should make it do the thing where it just repeats the same way every time. Yep. So we're going to change the count to like 3 by 3, right? Can we do pick instance? No. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Why does this set the index? Don't we want to pull the index? That's interesting. Hmm. What's the selections that we did in the past? I think those with the planks, right? Yeah, with the planks, I believe we did. What happened to this? Why is it broken? The floor. It is set correctly. What happened here? Uh-oh, did I break something by accident? Oh, this is also a rock. We want plank flooring. That's why. Okay, cool. That scared the shit out of me for a second, dude. Huh. And these do have a little baby bevel on them. Let's put a bigger bevel on them, I think. Yeah, because I can barely see it. Oh, so we have this, and what was the... It was index. Physics size will not change its shape. Yeah. With variable shape node. I just want to make like... I think that we need to do is we need to do this equal selection thing. Potentially. Right? So for this sequencing, that's gonna break it, but why does putting the array first break it? Do we know? Because it makes me think that we want to array it first and then... Yo, what's up, Blade? How's it going? Welcome in. Thanks so much for joining. I'm currently trying to make a procedural brick wall right now. We were getting into a little bit of 3D modeling, and I have like an old repertoire of 3D models and stuff that I made in the past. This is my first time using geometry nodes in Blender right now. And I'm getting, like, my brain absolutely turned over a few times trying to figure out... Okay. First of all, we've made it so that these rocks, like the bricks, quote unquote, in the rocks, have a really good procedural, like, node-based editing is fun. It is, but I've never used geometry nodes before, and I'm, like, getting myself, like, a little bit twisted a little bit, trying to figure out how to do this. So we can have the rocks, like, procedurally... Let me find some actual good rock info here, that we can make look the way that we want it to. We can do a lot of fun things with it. However, we can't quite get it to a point where they're unique from each other because we're using this instancing. But the instancing is just duplicating one item over and over again, right? So, we did floorboards just a second ago, so we can actually make procedural floorboards. These are basically exactly the same as each other. But we can't do the wall or make the wall unique. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that exactly. Which I'm pretty much, like, basically all that's happening, right, is that it's just duping this item. So it makes sense. But I'm trying to figure out what the game plan is here. What are the nodes at the end that duplicated? Instance on points. Dupe the item with a random input for some settings. That's what I would like to do. I'm not sure if I even... Because, like, okay, so one of the things that I tried, which I know this isn't going to work because we tried it before, but let's just... to implement it. So one of the things I thought to do was to begin the array first and then go back and randomize the iterations. But it doesn't seem to... Yeah, it flattens it out. So let me just count these down to 1 so we can see what 1 looks like. It just removes all of the randomness. I have no experience in this program. I just use base stuff in DaVinci. Okay, heard. DaVinci is... Oh, understood. No, okay, no, I know what you're talking about. It's a good question. So when we throw the instancing first, it kind of forgets how to do a lot of this. Sivity back, I appreciate it. Why does this break it? Wizrat, I don't know if you're here right now, but you sent link? Okay, cool. Let's take a peek, see. It seems to break the iteration for some reason. I still don't know why. Where do you want to send the link? You can send it wherever you want. Using a cube as the base geometry, or is it fully made from the node? It is using a cube as the base. Yes, it is. So the geometry here is just a giant cube. Ooh. This looks like stuff. Fun. Oh, whoa. Oh, join geometry. It rejoins them. I'm going to try something real quick. We're going to do this. I'm going to basically duplicate what you sent me, but just using... This is scale. It's not going to be everything we need, but this will at least do scale. I'm curious. Instance on points. Oh, wait. It's on points. Okay, heard, but the instance is also here? I'm confused. Oh... We're going to talk about this in a second, but I think that might be the random value. Okay. We'll do a float. I presume we're just going to do this random value for... Whoops. Okay, so let's we're going to create a vector. How do we merge vector? Is it just vector math? Wrong way. I want to do the other thing. We did this before, right? Where we just smash 3 things into a vector. I just want to do this for... Oh, it's not even... what's the name of it? I'm going to need to go find it. How do we smash things into a vector? Combine XYZ. That's what it is. Thank you. Okay. So we combine XYZ. So we want these to be different random values. I'll go without it first, and we'll do min 0, max negative 0.2, which is interesting. Okay. It's not what I would have expected. Go geometry. Okay. Okay, that doesn't seem good. Oh, interesting. Okay. So instead of this cube is deciding the shape of how we do this. Let's subdivide this real quick, and it'll do something funny, I think. Yep. Okay, so it'll add more of them around only the outer edges, which is interesting. Can we wrap them? Wait. I'm so curious. Can we get normal? Normal? No, I want to get the normal orientation. Okay, I'm not worried about that. We don't need to do this right now, but I'm very curious about this. This has led to something really funny, in my opinion. Anyways, so we can take this... Can we make a square, actually? Can we... Square. Oh, no. Okay. Plane. We want a plane. Spiral's funny. Okay, so we have our spiral of rocks. It doesn't really matter how it iterates, but this is funny. I like this. This is interesting. But it's still like it is randomizing the size, I think at least marginally, right? Yeah, so they're a random size to some extent. We have to plug all of these numbers in, I think. Um so they are randomizing each time. This is cool. Easy spiral staircase. No, true, actually. True as hell. We're getting close. I think we're getting really close. However... Wait, can I actually just get index? Not that. What was I doing? Hold on, stop. We want, I have a funny idea. I have a weird idea. We want to rotate the Z, right? We take the index... Chat, this is super side quest. This is super side quest. I need to take 360, figure out how many go up, right? Like, how many to the top?
That feels very floating islandy.
It does. It does feel very floating islandy. I'm like kind of a fan. This rotations, 2 rotations. So we take the amount of rotations, right? So we just like take the group node. Okay, no. We'll come back to spiral staircase. We'll come back. Remember this, chat. We'll come back to spiral staircase. Welcome back, Forager. Right now, we need to make a rock wall. So we know that if we instance it this way. See, this is the problem though, is that this is built into the instancing. How do we make? Okay, hold on. How to make? We need group. What is this? Group input different per instance blender. Multiple instances? That's what I'm wondering. Maybe something like that? Expose the parameter to the outside of the group node.
Oh hi Julie.
What? Inside of geometry, drag a noodle from your chosen setting to an empty socket on the group node input. Yeah, of course. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's just take this. We're gonna go back to our ronk, right? We have normal ronk.
Back to ronk.
Back to ronk. We're back to ronk. High score! Okay, yeah, for geometry data, you cannot dynamically feed different static values into a standard node group after it's been turned into instances. Instead, you must feed random or index-based fields like random value in your texture directly into your settings before or during the instancing phase. Okay, heck. Okay, so we're gonna do... Okay, that just, like, super breaks everything. It really does not like that. It's funny that it's smooth, too. Okay, so if we put anything other than a cube in here, it gets very sad. Is it okay, what if I just do cube? Like, if I do cube here, right, does it... It still knows what to do. Okay, so we can actually take from a standard primitive, and we can modify this primitive, because, like, the normal cube's like this, right? So, we can actually just do that if we want, and it's basically functionally the same thing. It is exactly the same thing. Heard. Okay, so we can take from a normal cube rather than this input. Cheese block. Yes, we have cheese block, indeed. Just details it. It's essentially subdividing. Okay. Heard. No, okay. Instance on points. Okay, no, it does not love that. Why are they different scales, though? What made your scale different? Wait, why? What? They're different from each other, but we didn't randomize this one. What happened? Subdivision surface, set position. Oh. I don't have like a for each loop, right? Like, how do I... Okay, the longer answer would be you can create a set of variations by using copies of your node through different input values. Let's say 3 different types. You create those 3 node groups, then use a geometry to instance node after each one and join them all together. That way you can create an instance collection. What? Okay, hold on. Okay, so the answer is that this sucks. We shouldn't do this, but we're gonna do it, right? Because this is what we do. So we're gonna do this. So we have our rock, right? And allegedly we can... Oh, I see. We just have to make a bunch of different ones. Oh, this is terrible. No longer procedural. To keep procedural, you have a number of points still variable. You can use a repeat zone. What's repeat? What? What do you mean? What? You could use a repeat zone. What is a repeat zone? What? Okay, hold on. What is it? It's grid. Grid is the one that we wanted. Grid is the one that we want. And that's what we're trying to instance on. Instance on points, right? So what we're instancing is basically this. Yes, that makes it grid, of course. That's too much grid, but... So this is the grid that we're instancing on, right? Place instance inside zone? Yes. So what I think we can do is... This is super gross. Can I collapse this into like a... Oh, you know what we do? Okay, hold on a second. We go to Rockwall. I'm sorry. We go back to Ronk real quick. We're going to delete the instancing. Right? So we have our Ronk. Fun Ronk. Then we go to Ronk wall. Delete all of this. We get Ronk, right? And then we do geometry to instance. We'll come back to this in a second. Instance to points. No, not that. Instance on points. This will be our instance, and our instance will be a grid. Where's our output? Did I delete the output by accident? Where's our output button? Whoopsies. I think I deleted it. Uh-oh. Hold on, okay. What's up? Group output node blender. Say group output. There we go. This. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So what we can do now is Shift D and add one. Okay. And then we do random value. Okay. So this other one, the way that they did it is that they did a join geometry. And then they did a repeat node. And they did another join geometry, which is weird. Repeat into this, into this. I don't know what that all does, but we have one iteration right here. Join geometry right here. Pick instance. And the instance index is a random value. Ah, okay, we're getting somewhere. But we have to design each one manually. Oh, this is it. Okay. Okay, so this is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. But basically what we need to do is we're gonna delete this one real quick. And we're gonna make one rock that looks pretty solid, right? We want kind of the rock where we want it, roughly. Whoa. This is the shape randomness? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Rock edge size. We want that, like, to be kind of high-ish, right? Not that high. Somewhere in this level, I think. Edge crease. We want more edge crease. That's what we wanted. Gives it kind of that bricky texture, right? Smooth that out just a little bit. Good. Okay, I like that. I'm happy with that. We're gonna grid this 2 meters like that. Let's do 3 meters, and we'll do like 1.5 on Y. Okay. Now we have to take this, we duplicate it, point that in there too, and we start changing seeds. Now we can do this again. And then we're just going to change the seed again. Amazing. Okay, it's something, chat. It's definitely something. I will give it that. Let's pull these apart just a little bit. We're getting the funny rock wall, chat. We are so close to getting the funny rock wall. This is such a gross way to do this, and I love it. We'll change the seed again to another seed. Progress. Unfortunate on the empty box. You know what it makes me wonder, though? You know what makes me wonder? Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. I have an idea. Okay, so we're going to take this Ronk, right? We're going to take a repeat node. Repeat.
At Hail underscore the underscore abyss maybe.
Can we repeat geometry like this? So we do this, right? But the random iteration is the iteration is like we'll multiply this by like a shit ton, just real quick, just so that we have a funny number.
Squint.
So we do 100, so it's very different each time, and then we value into shape random seed, and then detail random seed. Oh, but it doesn't change each time. Oh, that felt like it was gonna do it. Let's buy an 80 USD ebook on purely audio steg. This is mystery better. What? No, don't do that. Don't do that for the, don't, that sounds good. That doesn't sound good. I have not added a random value mod thing. Because what I was hoping was going to happen is that it was going to repeat this. Maybe. Repeat the randomness of this, for lack of a better term. And repeatedly add this instance, but it doesn't seem like... Yeah, that's not doing it the way that I was hoping it was. Let me see if I can add the random value, though. Let me see if we can add a random value. Instead of that, we do random value. Right, we do shape seed, detail seed. We do like 100. What? Why is the random seed breaking it so far? Why does it not like that so much? Crazy. But it's still just duplicating, unfortunately. So the repeat node isn't going to do it. We're going to have to genuinely do it manually. Sag. Mwah. Oh my goodness! Jilly, thanks so much for the 500 biddies. I appreciate it. Dude, my lover biddies. Let's go, lover biddies. Lover.
Jilly Beyond just cheered 500 bits. Gimme my lover biddies and timer please.
Lover biddies. So we have the 3 yellow biddies and the 2 blue. To add even more, the lover jar is getting even lovier. Look at how lover that jar is right now, chat. It's so blue and yellow. It's so pretty. The blue is so pretty. Thank you so much for the biddies, Jilly. I appreciate the heck out of you. Chat, this is going to be such a gross way to do this, but I think this is how we make our rock wall, and it's just what we have to live with. I think instancing is just generally... This does not work to just... This doesn't work, right? What's it not like that? What's the problem with that? Why does that happen when it's like that? There's gotta be another way to do this, but I just don't know what it is, dude. I just really don't. I love this song so much. I don't know how many iterations we should add, but some number surely. Okay, so we can do that, and then like if we just flick up like how many we do, I think we can. What's this do? Nothing. Cool. The number of counts. Yeah, we can do like boop boop, boop boop. Oh, but you know what? We need the grid. This grid needs to be different though. Is the problem? We're gonna change this group input, right? Because we don't want a lot of these we don't actually even care about. We do y quantity. So we're gonna do x quantity is x, and then y quantity is y, and we're gonna put these to like 2 and 2, right? We want this to be an integer. We probably want these to be integers. Yeah. This to be an integer. Yeah. 2 and 2. And we want this to be multiplied by like 3.5 specifically here, because that's about the value that it... We can change that to like a spacing value or something like that, or no? Yeah, let's just make a spacing value, actually. Sure. And we'll call it x spacing, and then y spacing. Okay, and then we'll multiply the y by the y spacing. And if we do it 5 and 5, then we want to change the spacing to more than that. Oh, whoops, my bad. There we go. That's what we meant to do. And then x goes into vertices x, and then y goes into... Okay, there we go, there we go. Whoops. 5, 5. 1 and 1. Okay, that's obviously not enough spacing. It's kind of cool. Like, I'm gonna be real, it's a little cool. But it's really not perfect. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it yet. You know what I kind of like the idea of? Hold on, hold on. We're going to take group input, right? And we're going to add one. We're going to take the random seed because... I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but we're going to do random seed, right? And we're going to multiply this. Random seed right here is going to be like this. And then we multiply by 2. We'll put that in the random shape seed. Let's actually multiply by like 20. Take random seed, multiply it by 40, and we'll put that in the next seed, so on and so on. Because the seed doesn't actually matter too much what it is, as long as it's, like, drastically different, right? As far as I understand. Do this one by 60. So that way we have one omni seed that can kind of control everything. This really isn't the perfect way to do this, I feel like, but it's our way of doing it, chat. This is our way of doing it. That's all that matters. Trust. Oh, undo that. Be 100. What? Oh no, they all became the same. Why did they all become the same? What do you mean? Oh, because random seed is 0. There we go. That's it. That's it. That's perfect. I was gonna say, because they're all just multiplying by 0, so it doesn't do anything. Okay, heard. Cute. What I think we can probably do as well is when we do the instancing, we could also randomize the value of the scaling, like Scarlet was talking about earlier. Scar was talking about instancing a little bit of random rotation, a little bit of random size, just to add a little extra oomph to it, right? So if we do random value, right, and we do like min 0.5 to like 1.2, let's do 0.8. Do 7.5 to 1.25, because this is a multiplier, I believe. And if we do that
As
to
well,
like,
FYI.
should be able to manually click each of those and rotate. I don't think I follow. Okay, and that does value. Might need to be baked. That makes sense. Yeah. Then we do the same thing, and we just put this into a rotation, I think. That was way too much. And also, rotation doesn't like that nearly as much. Oh, I'm very intrigued by that. Okay, hold on. So if we do this. Combine what? I think we just want the Z, actually, I'm realizing. It's the problem. Hmm. Put this in the Z instead. Yeah, it just puts it the same amount each time. Oh, is this like a number of degrees? Like, what if we put 1 to 100? Okay, that does it. What? Hold on, what happens if we just, like... Okay, so we want, like, 0 to, like, 0.1. Like, maybe a negative 0.1. I think that's correct. Okay, yeah, so that does push them in different directions as well. The size, I think, should probably be a little bit different. Should we have a variation? I think we should probably have a variation. Okay. I feel like that's the right thing to do. So we take a group. So we take group input, and we have a variation. And the seed does work, actually. That's so cool, dude. I love it. That's so fun! Dang it. Okay. We do another one here called variation. Variation. And what we're going to do is we're going to multiply this by 0.25, I think. Because one variation should be roughly what we have here. Actually, we'll just do this, I think. No, that's actually, yeah. So we do minus 1 minus the variation for this. And then 1 plus the variation for this. Not multiply. Whoops. Subtract. And then add. Add. But once we make our variation 1, then they change like a ton how much they could go up and down. That's a lot of variation. So they're a lot more variant the more that we do this. Okay, cool. And you know what? Because why not? We'll just throw a random seed in the seed category, because sure. So that way we can just kind of change the seed a little bit to get some new options for what the variation is. Just turn down the spacing a little bit. It's a wall! It's a wall! It's a weird wall. What I kind of want to do is I want to kind of just like combine this with like a plane or something. Like a cube. So that we have like kind of like a grout line, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. On points, so instance on... What I kind of want to do is I want to take all of this, right? And I want to just like add a cube. Add cube. Let's take a cube, right? And we just join geometry. I'm just going to put a cube in the middle.
Just make a shape, subdivide, and add texture like the rocks.
Kind of what I was thinking. Something like that. Even if it was just like... Not Y. Z. So make the Z like 0.1, right? Something like that. Because we can't actually change the X. Yeah, we can only change the spacing the other way. So what we want to do, I think, is just make the X and the Y multiplied by this amount. Maybe put like a little like wavy texture on the in-between part. If we want to be a little extra, this already does create a lot of faces very quickly, which is kind of bad. So we could just keep it simple, but we'll see. We're going to take the group, right? And we're going to take the X spacing. We need this to be the same every time. I add it. Multiply this by some amount to get what the X is going to be. We need to figure out what exactly that value is. Not that one. Whoops. We need to slam these together again. Combine X, Y, Z. Yep, there we go. So we do this, and then we slam that vector together. Okay, did not like that. So how much do we have to multiply this by to make this correct? Apparently a lot. The X spacing times 5 times a lot should be like... Oh, because I made this... Duh. Heard. Okay. That was actually really close. That's actually really close. Damn, that's actually really close. Oh, wow. Okay, heard. But the question is, what happens if we stretch it a ton? Wait, did that just nail it? No! No, 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 no! Oh, it's been so long, dude! Hi, Hannah! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, I haven't hit save in so long, dude. Oh, crash out of nowhere, dude. Out of left field. Oh, shit. Oh, chat. Oh, no. I think it's a good time for mental health break, chat. We're gonna hold in suspense for a little bit when we figure out, where we're at.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that.
Can I recover? Can I recover?
Hey, buddy, you should probably remember to press save.
Okay, chat, we saved it. We saved it. I've learned nothing. I have learned everything
Oh, no.
but my lesson, chat. Oh, we're so fine. I'm gonna do a quick wrap up to fix this, and everything's gonna be great. Don't even worry about it. Press save. Boom. No lesson learned. We're fine.
This bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow.
Good shit, chat. Chat, welcome to Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you do to be healthy. We're going to just challenge screen about 10 to 15 minutes. We're going to get back into the game. There was an autosave, Phoenix. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Holy hell, dude.
Manual save.
I tried to shake it, find
I'm slamming save so hard right now. Just woke up from a nap. You what? I almost lost a ton of progress, but luckily I didn't, and therefore I have learned nothing. Thank you for asking. Chat, I'm gonna put words on stream up for you guys to play around with while I'm gone for a second. I'm gonna go grab a drink and a snack, maybe use the restroom. And you guys and I will come back and we're gonna play. We're gonna do a little bit more with this. I don't know exactly how I feel about the rocks yet. I think there might be a little bit more that I want to do with it, but we'll call it our rock wall for now. It's our rock wall for today. How about that? Might want to add more iterations too, honestly. Chat, enjoy your words. I appreciate you guys. I will be back soon. Thank you for joining us. God, I had a heart attack, dude. Wow.
Let's spin the weekend here. Blessings overflow. Useless trying to
OLP.
fight overflow. Weekend here. This bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight overflow. You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings
Shrug.
overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun? Play it safe.
Moan. Camo.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's summer weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. You got me shaking, I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give
Oh,
in.
how'd it go, chat? Did you do good? Bet you did great. Make sure to pause it. What? Bongo? No, Bongo did not end. At least it shouldn't have. Okay, chat. We've done a thing. We've officially done a thing, chat. I can't believe we've gotten this far. This is amazing. Look at us go. So we're back to our bullshit. Sometimes I get notifications that's just a picture of milk, and I don't really know what to take of that, chat. I think what we might do is we might actually change the spacing a little bit, so that it's a little bit tighter together, so that it's not as often that the grout's showing. What I'm curious of is, okay, if we were to take this, right? We're gonna take this, shifty. Right? And then we're gonna take our floor. Chat, I kind of like don't hate it. Be like right there, I think. So if we add a camera real quick, I'm so curious. Hold on. Let's just put some like basic chat. Now we have to get into like no texture. Thicken that grout. Really? I mean, it doesn't really change much, right? Like, we can thicken a little bit, I think. Yeah, because we can just change this thickness to whatever we want. Just like double the size, I think. And we can do each one of these manually too if we want to. Okay, so we don't have any of that. Let's add a sun real quick, just because I want to see. I want to know, chat. What happens if we just, like, point the sun that way a little bit? It's very obvious that they're clipping, I think, unfortunately. Let's space these out a little bit more, I think.
Hey Ori, do you want a free 416-page book about audio steganography?
I'm okay, I think. I think I'm okay this time. Maybe next time, though. It's something, chat. It's what we got. You know what? I'm gonna keep it as it is for the sake of not sitting here any longer. We've done it for so long, chat. Why is the base color not base coloring? Carurus. Oh, do I have to apply all this stuff? Here, let's apply all this stuff.
Add wood beam to cover clippin'.
Mm-hmm. Dude, there's so many faces in this scene, it's not even funny. Sure. Now if we do this, yep, okay, now it'll actually change it.
At Voltaic Grid Shrug. Was busy making bad financial decisions.
We could do node textures, but I think we need to like actually like render something, dude. We were to take this and like actually blap. No, why not like this? Oh no, chat, it breaks everything. Why do you break when we apply you? That's the curiosity. Aww.
At Voltaic Grid $86.58 416 page book about audio steganography.
This one do the same thing, I assume. Damn. Which I presume it's not going to accept a material either. Nope. I have no idea what the reasoning is. I don't know how to feel about it. So I'm not gonna. Object apply, visual geo to mesh. Why is that? Do I need to apply? Hey, what's up? Are you Viber coded too? Coder 2, I just started Viber encoding. I got my first client project. Oh my goodness. I do vibe code quite a bit, I will admit. Is that possibly part of why? But I don't do it professionally by any means. I just do it for fun. Okay, so if we apply the transforms, it does reveal some things, but not nearly as many things I was hoping. I'm not saying that at all, Ashton. You should stop it. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. Oof. Oof indeed. I'm not gonna super worry about it right now. Honestly, this was fun, and I enjoyed this. I don't think these are things I'm going to keep, but this was really cool. We still have a copy, by the way. We still have the rock wall. But I'm just gonna delete all these things. And we can either keep going on with the procedural stuff, or we can actually jump into tentative. All right, I appreciate you, man. Well, I appreciate you being here. We could do this, or we could actually get into some of the actual. As said as I'm saying this, we can get into some of the actual modeling that we were talking about. Oh my goodness, murder me, dude. I'm so bad about side quests. It's crazy. Let's get away from the room a little bit and get a little bit more into some of the actual props. I think would be a good idea. Be my thought process. Getting the knife indeed, dude. So this was one of the pictures that we were looking at. There was a few others on them. Let's take a peek see. This was one of them. I want to pick out a prop and start kind of like thinking about how we would go about modeling something like that. Again, I've modeled a few things before. So like for this one's, for instance, I see there's a lot of like abstract items. I feel like this canister. I see a table. I feel like a table is going to be really important. Pinterest, give me a table. Yo, thanks for the follow. Fantasy table. I really want something like very basic, realistically. Like this is gonna be like way cooler than anything that I'm interested in doing. Like I want something like kind of basic, frankly. Actually, this is pretty solid. It's pretty solid. I kind of mess with this a little bit. Maybe we could actually use our wood plank texture, funny enough, for this. Actually, yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay, hold on. This might actually serve a lot of purposes. So if we take our floor texture, right? If we take our floor texture, we'll dupe it for right now. We will apply our plank flooring. We'll apply this. We will add a cube. If these are like, how big is this? This is like a meter across, right? Okay, so these are each 1 meter cube. So we want like probably like a 1 by 2 meters, I think would be fair. I think that's enough. Yeah. And we'll go like this. We'll take this. We'll put a bool on it. Boop. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Correction. Boop. That one. And we'll just do intersect. Oh, no. Okay. Cut the number of faces by a very large margin. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Oopies. Okay, it does not like when I do this, but we're gonna push the computer a little bit to its limits, and we're gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Trust. We're gonna apply this. Everything's gonna be fine. Cool. And now we have like the planks on a wood table, which I'm actually kind of a fan of. With that, I actually do like that. This makes me think that we probably want to. Fuck, okay, let's restart. Let's restart. We'll go back a little bit. I think I actually want the rock texture more than anything. Okay, so hear me out here. We're gonna add a cube. And the first thing I want to do is make the planks,
LMAO.
right? We're gonna add like these felt like very thick planks. I'm gonna go a little bit thinner. Have you made any progress in the stream? Yes, I have. We're gonna showcase that here soon, hopefully, maybe. We're gonna go table. So that we're making something very rustic right now. We want it probably a little bit skinnier than 2 meters. Kind of like tiny little baby planks, I think, right? We want like something like that. So a little bit skinnier than 2 meters. We're gonna add a geometry node of ronk. Let's add the ronk geometry texture. Okay, we're close. Instead of this cube, though, we're just gonna take the geometry. Can we, I think if we sharpen the edges, like, super hard, then we can actually get something a little bit more planky. Turn down the distortion a ton. Like, we do not want it nearly as distorted. That's the seed. Edge size? Yeah, something like this, I think. Something like this to make it, I think, feel a little bit more like a plank. You guys feeling me what I'm talking about now? This feels like a plank, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy for this. But I feel like this kind of feels like a plank. So what we can do is we can then Shift-D, GY, and then we'll just change the seed a ton. Whoa. That's a lot. Oh, the seed gets, like, really angry after a while, apparently. So I want to keep them, like, kind of similar. It's got, like, a really big pull in that centerpiece, but okay, this is actually not nearly as bad in my opinion. It seems like we have some visual artifacts right here. But man, I do kind of like that a little bit. I'm gonna be honest with you. These feel like super gross, and I kind of fuck with it. Let's turn the noise roughness down on this one. Should probably turn the noise roughness down on most of them. Let's turn this roughness down so they're kind of just a little bit low polyer, for I guess a lack of better term, right? Kind of the same. Driftwood table, indeed. This one's very rustic in comparison for sure. Let me just turn this a little bit. Let me apply these. Is it gonna break? No, we're good. We're good. Okay, cool. Apply and apply. So we have something actually. There's a lot of faces, so I think I am actually going to. It's gonna be really bad for what's it called? Ooh, that actually worked super well. Oh, that normally is super bad. It might still be bad. Let's see. What happens if I apply this? It actually unsubdivided. I don't like that it was triangles that it chose to use, but we're fine. We can just unsubdivide these. That's fine. We'll drop the number of faces by a ton by doing this. I just would rather not go back into retopoing this manually. Like, this is a silly thing to have to retopo, in my opinion. This is pretty good, honestly. If you just, like, de-triangled and, like, made these, like, into quads, it'd be a lot easier. It still made quads, but really awkwardly. But that's fine. So now we're gonna add a cube. What I think I'd like to do is we're gonna make these little bars across the... Not that one. Where's the one that gal sent? This one. So we're going to make these little, like, iron bars right here across the side. I'm going to do a full stretch. This might end up being a bench. Might make sense this way. To be a bench. So this comes a question, I think. And this is kind of like a stylistic thing, I think. We'll come back and bevel these before we actually do that. Hold on. Let's grab these real quick. I'm gonna inset. Actually, let's grab faces. Let's do face select. We'll inset these. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude and then SX to kind of pull them in a little bit. And then make it a little bit taller to fit inside all of that. No, I guess we do want it to kind of clip in a little bit, right? Because the goal is that it looks like it's like attaching all of these together. Right? But are we gonna actually like pocket that inner side? Because like if we look at this, right? Then, like, realistically, what should happen is that it should, like, clamp all of them together to the best of its ability. I guess that means that this should actually be, this face should be gone. And we'll just put these together. Hello? Can I grab this one, please? Is that not a face? There we go. That's the face I wanted. Probably learn all the hotkeys a little bit better, but, you know, we're here. So if I do this, and bop, and then here, and here, and here, and bop. Wrong. Fucking Brussels sprout. Let's do vertices instead. Oh, it's because of these. I can just do that. Yeah. Okay. So now if we bring the table back, we can actually just push this around to make it. We want until it's like touching each one as much as possible. Can clip a little bit, I feel like, right? Then we'll probably do the same thing with this one, right? To clamp the wood together. So we could like rotate it a little bit. But I think that's probably a good idea to keep the metal geometric, right? Assumingly. It's gonna be really bad, actually. Ugh. Do we pull away from the geometric design and actually like bend it around so that it matches the wood, or do we just leave it as is and leave it not super geometric and make it so that it's not attached to the wood all that tightly? It even clips in a little bit in some cases. I think that's okay. I'm okay with this. What I'd like to also do, though, is do the little framing on the outside right here. So we have the little, flare on the outside. Probably a good idea. I should have done that before. Oh, shit. Okay. Regret. Let's just make one of these. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Cool. Now we have that cute little edge right there, which actually makes it, I think, arguably easier to, like... Let's grab this. We'll just grab this entire corner. Now I think it might be even easier to decide where it's going to be. Still gonna have to decide if we're planning on, like, bending it out of shape to make it function, but that's okay. We'll come back to that. Might make sense, honestly. It might make sense. We'll keep it geometric for right now so that when we duplicate it, it's all the same. But I'm gonna add another cube. What I'm gonna do, actually, is I think we're gonna delete the bottom half of this cube. So we just have a plane. And what I'm gonna do is knife cut it from corner to corner. Just do that. It's exactly the shape I wanted. This will be the little nails that go in the top. The kind of like the little spikes that attach it to the wood. I'm gonna put it here so that I can see how far off we are. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay. So you want these spikes to be, this is like the rivets that go on the other side, so they should be exact with each other, because they drive through the plank and go all the way in, allegedly, so this is what we want this to look, I think. I guess in this case, it doesn't have to be, like, it can be geometric, because it's just, like, yeah, I guess functionally, you're, like, slamming these pieces together, right, through the rivets more than anything else. So I think it's okay in that case. Oh, these are cool props. I see a lot of cool props here. I'm pretty happy with that. What I might try to do is actually, like, make the planks. And, like, use the planks, for lack of a better term, to build a table, right? So we have these generated planks and just try to put together the table, for lack of a better term. Yeah, okay. If I kind of like the idea more if the rivet's the one fastening everything together. Cute. Okay, no, I fuck with this. I fuck with this. I like this personally. So now what we need to do is figure out how exactly that these are, like, attached to each other. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another plank. Which means I need to duplicate another rock. Blah. We'll do edge size or edge crease, like, super tight. I think for this we did also, like, 2 and 2 is fine. Doesn't really need to be a lot. We're gonna rotate this 90. And see if we can get, like, yeah, big length this way, little length this way. I think even that, just even tighter here. Kind of like how it grows and shrinks. It's weird. What I think we're going to do is we're going to put these, like, supporting beams on the bottom right here. Right? So shrink these down a little bit more because it's a little big for what it's trying to do. That works. Better, arguably. Make it a little bit thinner. Yeah, there we go. Back it up a little bit. And then maybe we put a little bit more noise on it. It's a little much. I want to noise up the outside a little bit more, but I think I'm happy with this. Apply this. We'll decimate it. Ooh, okay, it got a lot worse. I think I might have subdivided it less than the other ones. I think I did. Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to undo that. I need to undo that because I want 2 of these first. Yeah. Let's have these kind of a little bit. Yeah. You know, honestly, even just by shaping it down like that, I feel like it did a lot of the work, but let's just do the seed a little bit. Just change the seed just a little bit. I think that flipping it around also is kind of like free randomness detail because it's kind of harder to tell like what's going on with that. It's harder to tell that it's the same thing if you just flip it around. It's not as obvious, I should say. Bop. Okay, perfect. Now we can apply both of these. We'll decimate these. That might have been the wrong play. That might have been the wrong play. Because I think what actually happens is we make a... No, we can make this work. I think we make this work. Where's your L brackets? That's what I was thinking. Maybe something like... I don't know if this is kind of the wrong way, because I think this should actually be a post going long ways. Realistically. We need something that, like, puts it together with the legs. So what kind of legs are we going to have? That's a huge beam. Okay, let's consider the options for a huge beam. Let's try that.
Just mishmash a new table design.
So we crease the shit out of it. And then we... Only 2 is enough. Smooth that out a little bit. It's an original. God damn it. Okay, so size here, we'll do this, and we're actually gonna, okay, you know what, actually, let's just do this the smarter way, and do it like this, because we're making basically this giant post right here, right? This is a huge post. So we'll do it this way. Yeah, like that. Oh, actually, that looks kind of nice. It looks like kind of like exactly what we're looking for. A little bit too tall, though. Oh, it's actually like really close. I like the idea of just like trying to like finesse something. Like we just have to use these scalers to randomly finesse something. Because it makes it feel like you actually had to go out and grab a piece of wood. That's assuming you didn't like, you know, use any tools to process it. But, you know, I digress. Teach their own. Probably scale the noise down a little bit. How's the roughness? It kind of really is a rock texture, though. That's what we need to do right there. That's what needs to happen. I'm okay with this, but I'm going to do something a little bit funky at the end of this, but I think I can do this. We're going to do the seed on this, change that a little bit. Oh, there's the shape randomness. This is what I should have been playing with so much more at the beginning, from the start of this. Damn, okay. Change the size just a little bit, make them a little bit less exact with each other. And we have another one that's going to be the one that kind of bridges that gap, the one that like kind of goes through each one. And we'll just bracket stuff together the way that it feels like it needs to be, I think. And then maybe the bottom one. Actually, you know what? Let's do another one of these. We're going to move it back just a little bit. Let's scale it down a ton. Not that one. Yeah, kind of like a plank on the outside of it. That's on the picture as well. I kind of like that. Okay. There we go. Now it feels like we have that little, like, extra bit of detail. Heavy table. It is going to be a very heavy table. It's going to be a very heavy table. And then all we need is, like, these little legs at the bottom, I think. What might end up... What? How could I... Oh. It was just... It was highlighting the background as well. I was like, wow. I think the last thing I want to do is just... maybe, like, flare the base a little bit. But what I might do is actually just add a cube. And just force it just like saw off the bottom essentially, right? I don't know yet. The other option is we could actually just put a... like a base on it. Right? And then maybe we could just carve the bottom off of that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that, honestly. Just don't lean on those two sides. I like the idea that you're in a tavern and they're like, don't lean on the sides of the table. I'm like, what the fuck are these even here for, dude? So if we take this, we'll apply this, we'll add a boolean. Yep. Apply that, delete that, and then boom, we have the bottom of this table. It's kind of cute. Do we even need to decimate these at this point? Might as well, question mark? Sure. Need that cube back. Shit. And we'll add the brackets and the bracings to everything. These need this Boolean modifier. Perfect. Can I add a modifier to all these at once? Decimate. Cute. Okay, cool. And we're at 15,000 faces. Only drinks on the table. We're at 15,000 faces. This is a very crude table, but honestly, I'm kind of living for it a little bit. Like, I kind of love it, especially the way that, like, the metal is, like, so geometric in comparison to it. We're gonna... Let's... Do we just eyeball that? I don't think it's that big of a deal, even if we do. Might do is actually just like something like this. That feels correct. Is it correct? We don't ask questions like that around here. This one, I think we can. Until it matched the wood a little bit. Bent it into shape. So I think this one kind of gets away with being a little bit rotatey. Happy with that. Oh? Stream? What do you mean? What was that? I have no idea what happened there. That doesn't happen again. Ah. Might have to rebool that one because I think I want this to be like on the bottom right here. Yeah, so it's kind of a little bit more obvious. Yeah, we'll rebool it. Apply to boolean. It didn't apply to both of them. Damn. Can't do that to two at the same time. There we go. Bam. Oh, we have a inside out normal? I need to do a merge by distance cleanup at some point, but that's okay. We can do that. Okay, so we have this cool little this little bracket right here. I think we're gonna do the same thing with the rivets. We'll separate this by selection, and then we'll, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, I think that's through just the way that we want it. I have no idea, to be honest. Chat, I hit save. Chat, I did it. Completely forgot about that. Want that just, there we go. Then we get this last rivet in. There we go. Okay. So you got these cute little rivets in the bottom right here. Probably a few
Ads.
rivets. Oh, no. Whoop, saved indeed. Just a little bit less. Just a little less. Like, perfect, I guess. Dude, what is going on with stream right now? Oh, no. That cannot be good, dude. Whoopsies. Stream hasn't died yet, but I think it's feeling like it. Like, it ain't feeling too hot right now, I don't think. Which is weird, 'cause my bitrate's fine. I don't know what's going on with it. Oopies. Stream ain't dying, but it certainly did cough indeed, dude. Oh my goodness, stream please, nar. Do nar. Do not the stream. It's a really bad cough that it has right now, dude. Oh, I didn't inset the side, damn it. Doesn't actually matter. Trying to think about how this would be built if it was built, and I think I have an idea for how I want to build these little phalanges. So what I think is going to happen is I'm going to build out. Okay, how do I want to do this? This? No, we're going to go like this. Yeah. And kind of. Yeah. I'm going to assume that there's like these little phalanges that come off the side and that they just get beaten into place on the plank. Oh, I love how imperfect this is. I don't know why, but I'm like a big fan. You guys get what I'm saying? Like you put it on. How are you doing? I am blending. I'm blending. And we'll do down like this. Yep. And then S, Y. There we go. Too much. Just a little bit, maybe. This one? Maybe just the top 3 phalanges. I actually kind of like the idea of that, personally. I think I'm going to have this one clip just a little more. Have them clip just a little bit more. I think they look fun in the clip. Yeah. Okay, no, I kind of like this a lot. Actually, the bottom flange is kind of probably the more important one, isn't it? I would assume.
At Sealy's_Rin, how's the sill doing?
There we go, dude. That's the play right there. I kind of fuck with this. Yeah, little phalanges that just kind of like grab into the wood a little bit. And that's how it holds it in. I'm a big fan, dude. I'm kind of a big fan. What I think I'm actually going to do as well is I'm going to take this and I'm going to add a Boolean modifier and use this fake version of this. Yeah. It might mess up a whole bunch of normals and stuff like that. Get the bigger one, delete that. So yeah, it kind of like has that. Oh, that is kind of icky though. It was kind of icky how it did that Boolean. And it's actually not that bad. I think it has shade auto smooth. I think it might be the problem. Yeah. It was kind of big. And I kind of fuck with this, dude. I kind of fuck with this a lot. This isn't as bad as I thought it was, to be honest. It actually fire. Boom. Okay. And we're gonna rotate like this. Size it up a little bit. Up. How close are we? Not. This portion of the log is much larger. Heard. Okay. Good. Okay. I'll try. Oh, the topology is disgusting. Dang it. You know, I really should have guessed. Wait, hold on. Can I? What do you mean you can't find the edge loop? It's man. That sucks. I was gonna bevel all that. I don't think I have a good way of selecting all of the information I need. Never asked what are the assets for? Like a little bit of repertoire of assets, if I can. I kind of been wanting to play around with like 3D modeling with like maybe getting into animation, but I don't want to be too big for the britches, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to get too super ambitious. I would really love to get into 3D animation if I could. 3D animation just feels like so much more approach ton. I don't love drawing, frankly, and the idea of drawing enough times to make an animation makes me cringe. Like I hate it. That looks really icky, actually. Oh no. Yeah, oh well. Table. Okay, chat. If there's one more thing I would like to try, I think there's one more thing I would like to try. Can I group these? You have groups, don't you? You definitely have groups. How do I? Yeah, collections. That's what it is. Okay. One more, chat. One more. We're going to do one more procedural thing. I'm going to try to make some procedural textures. We'll just do metal and we'll do wood. That's it. That's all the texture we're going to do. We're just going to make 2 procedural textures. Let's see if we can make it happen. And I believe that's the texture node editor. Yes. Add.
Procedurally me sweat.
Procedurally. This isn't the best thing I've ever done. I'm gonna be honest. It's not the best thing I've ever made, but I'm kind of okay with it, dude. Like, I'm kind of not mad. We add the... Okay, so we have the automatic brick texture, which is interesting. I'm actually kind of a fan. Let's do image texture. Will you let me do that if I do image editor right here? No, not image editor. It is texture node editor, isn't it? Right? But I don't have my texture tab right now. Is it the UV editor? This.
At Moonboy Targonian MHM.
But a little baby. Yeah, that's fine.
At Zunabero, I thought it was just me.
What kind of smart unwrap is that? I feel like these are not very similar to each other. I don't know. We can live with it though. We don't want to do... Face texture is interesting.
That was a nice unwrap NGL.
I am not in love with it just because of the difference in... Oh, but maybe the face size were correct. No, that was a pretty solid unwrap. Okay, no, you're fair, you're fair. I had to think about it for a second. I was silly. If the faces are actually different sizes, I would love to have the texture tester. I don't know if you've seen that before. Stream needs to go to Optal? I hope not, dude. There's not really much I can do right now. Like, I don't know what's wrong with it currently. What is this normally? This is like BSDF. I like this for right now. The editor. Shader editor. Oh, hey, it's you. Shit. Okay, it did work. There we go. Okay, I don't know why that took so long. Oh, it's shader editor. It's because I'm dumb. I was on texture node editor.
Wayo
Okay, heard.
Ashton.
What's up? Cuts off on occasion. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Wood, texture, node, blender. Can I just see the full node setup? That's what I want. Yes, just the node setup. Creature creator in the AG1. Yeah, there are kits being added. Texture coordinate. We're taking the UVs, putting it through a mapping node, apparently. I still don't, I see this all the time. I still don't know what the mapping node does. I presume what it's doing is it's like mapping it to a UV, right? Like it's mapping it to each face, I assume. No, it's mapping it to points, right? Noise texture. Into the vector, yep. We're going to color ramp it. Color ramp I see a lot. I feel like color ramp's a very common way to do this. And then we just... Okay, well, that did nothing so far. This is just a gradient, though, isn't it? And this is like a... We're going to make this... I think this is the part we're partway through. So I have a lot more to do. Yeah, just kind of like an interesting, like, gradient effect, a little bit, kind of, ish, if I would hazard to say. We can come back and fix this later. Okay. Okay, so we do like a cute little, yeah, okay, we do like a cute little texture. So we're doing like this little noise texture. I think what we can do is scale this up and down. Yes, we can. Okay, so yeah, so that will change the noise factor on it. Heard. Okay, okay, I see where you're going. I think, maybe. I don't want the brick node. Bump map is interesting. We don't want brick texture, no. Oh, wait, can we? Ah, I see. I understand. Okay, so we're gonna bend it like a little bit left and right here, and we can actually change this color, I think, as well, for a different side of the color ramp. Something like this, maybe? Change that detail to be super high if we can. Can we scale it up even more, I think? Yeah, and then scale it down quite a bit, or rather up a little bit. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere for sure. This feels kind of wood texture-y a little bit. I wonder if we can like put like cracks in it. Like if we could add procedural cracks to it. I feel like that's asking for a lot a little bit, but we might be able to make that work. What happens if we add more? That's my curiosity. How weird can we make this? Ooh, that's a good midtone right there. I like that midtone right there. I don't know what I did, but I liked it. Oh, this distortion's actually like perfect, dude. It like puts the knots in the wood. Oh, that's so nice. Just a little bit of distortion is good, and then we'll probably scale it back up just a little bit. No, that feels good, dude. That feels good. Bro, huge. If I put the wood on here. So the question I have, though, is this going to, like, break when I put it on this? Because I guess they're all going the right direction this time. This could have been worse, but this works. This works for us. That's kind of a wood texture, dude. Okay, hold on. Can we go a little bit further with it? Because I have an idea. Can we, like, bump this? Yeah, okay, so, yep. We want to bump into height. Let me put the normal into
You can
normal.
create a bump texture.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Ooh! Oh, man! Okay. Okay, that immediately puts some oomph into that, dude. Holy shit. Holy oomph, fat man. God damn! Wow! Alright. Sick. What I think we're gonna do, maybe, is maybe have a little option for, like, a darker wood, for lack of a better term. Right? So, like, let's duplicate this and go dark wood. And just kind of darken up the values a little bit. Oh, that mid-tone does so much work, dude. Just to give them, like, a little bit of contrast between each other, I think would be a good idea. Oh, I forgot to add it to these planks, too. I think this becomes dark wood, right? Just to give it, like, a little bit of variation. I do think the variation is good, personally. Kind of fucking with it, dude. I'm kind of fucking with it. Oh, I can make them unique grains too? God, dude, I actually love this. Okay, let's see if we can work on the metal texture a little bit. Or do we keep going and try to, like... Is there anything else that we can add to this? I mean, we could just, like, change, like, the roughness and stuff like that.
Five catches.
Oh my goodness, you are crazy, dude. That's bonkers. Okay. Procedural metal texture. My first thought, honestly, is like we can kind of just take this. Let's grab this. We'll make a new metal texture. You're not going to let me? The internal clipboard is empty? I disagree. I don't think it is, dude. Copy. Metal. Paste. There you go. We got there. Just gonna make it wood, but we don't want it to be wood. We want it to be. We can make it actually like a little bit purpley. Like I actually kind of don't hate that, to be honest. Something like this, and we're gonna change the scale to be a little bit more normal, I think. This immediately has like a little bit of, obviously, like a little bit of texture. Let's stretch in the grain. Exactly, yeah. But can we make it like a little bit better? Probably turn the metallic up quite a bit, right? Because, like, you know, metallicness. I was definitely imagining like a dark texture. It's not bad, honestly. It's not bad. The swirlies are a little bit odd. Like, they don't read as metal to me. But I'm curious. What can we make out of this? Want like a brush metal or like a battered metal? Yeah, exactly. Something like a battered metal, I think. Not as shiny? Interesting. Well, I think the roughness should probably be like the roughness and the metallic should be based on a noise map as well. Maybe. Kind of want like some rust on it if I can.
In this Blender tutorial,
Oh, it's this guy again. Let's go. It's Ryan King. Chat, we're doing the good shit here. Oh, we get the good stuff here. Oh, we get the good stuff here, chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Chat, we're doing a good thing. Oh, we're probably going to want an HDR. That's probably going to be a good idea, but we'll come back to that later. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to delete all of this shit. And we're going to do a wave texture. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Wait, what? Did that? Oh! Oh, it's the... Okay, so this is like super, super common. Enough that there's a hotkey for it. Okay, heard. Understood. We put object in vector. Interesting. I don't know why. But apparently that's the thing to do, chat. Vorma might work for... Interesting. The tutorial that I'm watching right now says wave textures. We're gonna see that. Sure, we can do mapping. Okay, so we're mapping again, which I'm not 100% sure why, but I'm sure there's a reason. 6, 4, 12. Okay, heard. I see we're going somewhere. I wonder, do people just learn these, dude? That's what I'm curious of. Texture, yep. Okay, noise texture. Heard. So we're noising through it. With the colors are vector. I didn't think that would work, but I guess, sure. We're going to separate XYZ. Okay. And then we're going to combine them again. Well, no. But we need to change something in amidst that, I assume. Yeah. Oh, no, we just needed that X value. Heard. Okay, what do we need the X value for? Okay, gotcha. That's why. Oh, whoa. Okay, so this is not what I thought it was. Whack. Okay. Interesting. Oh, because the zeros turn into a red. Interesting. Okay. The mapping is really cool. I did not know that's how mapping worked. What does this mapping do? Same thing? I still don't know what the second mapping does. I presume it's supposed to edit later. Wild. Okay. Heard. Interesting. Oh, I see. This is a so this is how you build a gradient. Oh, interesting. Okay, heard. Wild. Okay, so that's a gradient. And so this mapping is giving the wave texture a gradient. Oh, wild. Okay, cool. Heard. Chat, I'm so intrigued. I don't know if you guys are intrigued, but I'm very intrigued right now. What? Whoa. I'm surprised we didn't use a wave texture for the wood grain. Interesting. Okay. Whoa. Oh, we're gonna color ramp the shit out of this. Yep. Heard. I understand what color ramp is doing now. It's making the darkers darker and the lighters lighter, kind of, but it's also changing what color the darks and the lights are. So if we tighten them up super hard. Oh, I see. Whoa. This is cool, dude. Oh, there's gotta be something you can do with that, dude. That's crazy. He definitely ends up with something different than I do. Hold on a second. What do we got here? Oh, it's because of the noise texture. The noise texture is different on mine. See if I can get what he's getting. Because he's getting like kind of like scratch marks, for lack of a better term. Interesting. Oh, because he has hetero terrain is interesting. Oh, interesting. It's like levels in Photoshop. Yes, indeed. Agreed. This is weird. Like, it's not what we're going for right now, but this is really interesting to me. Okay. I don't know. I don't see it. I'm messing something up.
Or
Let's turn the
less
sound
scratch.
on.
This, you can see there's just going to be a few of like grains of wood, but that is going to make all those little scratches. Now I just want to make the scratches more contrasted, so they're just in some spots here and there. So I'm going to search for a color ramp and put that after the noise texture. And then what I'm going to do is drag the black tab over and drag the white tab over, and you can see by dragging these two values really close together, it's going to add a lot of contrast. So I'm going to drag this over kind of like there and over right there. So if I drag these really close to each other like this, you can see there's just going to be a few scratches here and there. Now we haven't actually changed the settings of the noise texture, so before we kind of play around with this color ramp, let's change the noise settings. So I'm going to click on the FBM here, and I'm going to change it to hetero terrain. Then I'm going to turn the scale to 8, and I'll turn the detail to 10, and I'll turn the roughness to 0.6. So now I can go back here to this color ramp. Now the noise
I think it
texture,
might be
has a
because
bit
of the
more
shape,
detail.
because
I
the
can
guy
drag
that I'm
around
watching is
the
using a
color ramp
sphere.
here, and I'm going to put the black tab
Kinda
to
curious
about
on a
here,
sphere
and
if it
then I'll
looked
drag the
different.
white tab.
Hold on. Let me subdivide a cube 26 times. That. Oops. Okay, no, it is the same, unfortunately, which is not good.
Tab over to about there.
Let's go back a little bit further before
Like
we add the
noisy
color ramps.
waves, and there's like a bunch of little lines there. It almost looks like the pattern of like grains of wood, but that is going to make all those little scratches. Now I just want to make the scratches more contrasted, so they're just in some spots here and there. So I'm going to search for a color ramp and put that after the noise texture. And then what I'm going to do is drag the black tab over and drag the white tab over, and you can see by dragging these two values really close together, it's going to add a lot of contrast. So I'm going to drag this over kind of like there and over right there. So if I drag these really close to each other like this, you can see there's just going to be a few scratches here and there. Now we haven't actually changed the settings of the noise texture, so
I'm not getting
before
the
we kind of play around with this
scratches,
color
which
ramp,
is
let's change
interesting.
the noise settings. So I'm going to click on the FBM here, and I'm going to change it to hetero terrain. Then I'm going to turn the scale to 8, and I'll turn the detail to 10, and I'll turn the roughness to 0.6. So now I can go back here to this color ramp. Now the noise texture, it has a bit more detail. I can kind of drag around.
Yeah, he's
the
just
color
super
ramp
different
here,
from mine.
and I'm
I'm
going to put the black tab
intrigued.
to about here, and then I'll drag the white tab over to about there. So now there's just a few scratches here and there, but if you want like more scratches,
Oh,
you could drag
wild.
these over, or less scratches, you could drag this over. Now, to make this customizable outside of a node group, what I'm going to do is search for a hue saturation value and drop it before the color ramp. And we now have this value, and so if I drag this around more and more, if I drag it up and down, that's going to make the values lighter and darker, so you can
Hue saturation value is
have
interesting.
more scratches or less scratches.
Doesn't do anything for me.
And then also, let's
I think we messed
Z
something
are
up
just
earlier. Chat.
using the
Mapping.
normal
Yeah.
mapping, which isn't distorted. So I'm just going to kind of drag this down and drag this down.
Oh, wait a second. Are we? Oh, we skipped the wave texture. Oh, I understand. Okay, so I'm doing it differently from what he was doing. I understand. I think I see what happened. I think it's a little bit more on par
Just
with
so it's a bit
what
smaller,
he
kinda
had.
stick that together.
I read the
drag
title
this
and I came
here,
in.
and
I'm
then
here for
drag
you,
the
Ori.
nodes
Oh
right
my
over
god.
here. So you can now
Thank
see
you,
that
Dream.
it's
We're
adding
fine.
all
Don't
those
worry
little,
about it. We're
like,
doing
noisy
doing
waves, and
fun
there's, like,
things.
a bunch of little lines there. It almost looks like the pattern of like grains of. What I'm going to do is drag the black tab over and drag.
If this was FBM, we're kind of in a similar spot, right? What do you mean? What happened? Oh, okay, now this is it. This is what we had before. That's probably bad, though. On a sphere, it looks great, arguably, but
Drag the white
that's
tab
okay.
over, and you can see by dragging these two values really close together, it's going to add a lot of contrast. So I'm going to drag this over kind of like there and over right there. So if I drag these really close to each other like this, you can see there's just going to be a few scratches here and there. Now we haven't actually changed the settings of the noise texture, so before we kind of play around with this color ramp, let's change the noise settings. So I'm going to click on the FBM here, and I'm going to change it to hetero terrain.
Should have seen my attempt
Then
a
I'm
year
gonna turn the
ago. Oh my
scale
goodness.
to 8, and I'll turn the detail
It's
to
not my
10,
first
and I'll turn
time,
the
chat.
roughness
This is not my
to
first time.
26. So now I can
Don't
go back
pity-
here to this
don't-
color
don't
ramp.
pity
Now
me
the
too
noise
hard.
texture, it has a bit more detail. I can kind of drag around the color
Does
ramp
that make
here,
that an
and I'm
insult?
gonna put the black tab
Damn.
to about here, and then I'll drag the white tab over to about there. So now there's just a few scratches here and there, but if you want like more scratches, you could drag these over, or less scratches, you could drag this over. Now, to make this customizable outside of a node group, what I'm going to do is search for a hue saturation value and drop it before the color ramp. And we now have this value, and so if I drag this around more and more, if I drag it up and down, that's going to make the values lighter and darker, so you can have more scratches or less scratches. And then also, let's duplicate.
Oh, we need to put this in color is the problem. Understood. So this is 0.5, 1, 1, and then the value can... make it more versus less scratch. Heard. I see it on the... on this little bar right here that this might not be good. We'll see. But I don't think that's a good thing, honestly. What I might do, actually, oddly enough, is I might rotate it. Oh yeah, actually that helps a lot, to be honest. This little, like, kind of verticality to it. This looks so trippy, dude. Oh, that looks so trippy, and I love it. Okay, cool. Much better with that.
The hue saturation value.
When was the last
by
time you
hitting
did this?
Shift-D, and we're gonna
It's
drop
been
it
a few
after the color ramp.
months.
And then this one is also going to change the values. But
Since
it's just
I've
gonna
3D
kind of
modeled,
fade
probably
them
about
out or
6
fade
months,
them
I
back
want to
in,
say.
because it's after the color ramp,
Chat,
which is
did
already
you say
made
this first time or not
contrasted.
first
So
time? I
using
lagged.
both of
Not
these
first
values
time.
later
Not
in
first
the
time. However, I
custom
haven't done it
so
much.
all of these textures right here, these are what are making up the scratches. So if I just click and drag to box select all of these nodes here, we'll hit Control J to give it a frame. I'll press F2 to give it a label, and I can just call this scratches. And then also this mapping here, we can change the scale to change all
I'll
the
go
scratches
grab
at
the
once.
other
We can also
scene maybe
rotate the
some time
scratches if we want to.
of
And
other
also you
projects that I
could
work
move
on.
the
So
scratches
doing really
around
well.
if you
I
want to
appreciate it
change
a lot.
them.
Thank
So
you.
that's it for the
I'll grab the
scratches
scene of
section.
other
Let's drag
3D
them
models
to
because
our
like most of the
back,
3D
and we'll
modeling
just
that
drop
I've
the
done is
principled
basically
shader
in
right
one
here.
scene.
Now I want the scratches to look like they're pushing back into the mesh. So I'm going to take this hue saturation value and put that into the normal. And then to convert this to bump data, we're going to search for a bump node and drop it.
We're gonna bump this, okay? Put the normal into normal data. Color data into color data. Okay, so we're just gonna turn this into. I
Here,
presume that we're gonna
right
go
there
negative with this,
before
right?
the
So we want it to go
principled shader.
down.
And we want the hue saturation value color to be going into the height value to convert it to bump data. So now if I zoom in closely, you can see it looks like it's popping out of the mesh, but I'm going to click on invert so it looks like it's going back into the mesh instead.
Oh, okay. Heard.
Now what I want to do is make it not quite as strong. First, let's change some of the principled settings though so we can kind of see it a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is turn the metallic value all the way up to 1, and then I'll turn the roughness down a little bit. So now you can kind of see those scratches are really sharp.
Cool. So now we have these nice little scratches in it, which I kind of fuck with.
Sharp, and so to make them a little bit less sharp, I'm going to turn this distance value to a 0.0006. So 0.3 zeros and then a 6. And so that's going to make the scratches more smooth. If I zoom in there, you can see they're a bit more smooth. And then we're also inverting it. And then also here on this strength value,
cool.
we can control that to make it more or less bumpy. So I'm going to turn the bump strength to a 0.7. And I know right here on the distance it says 0.001, but if you click on it, it's actually 0.0006. So now I want to add a little bit more noise just over the surface of the material. So we're going to create a node setup down here. So let's search for a noise texture, and we're also going to search for a color ramp. We'll drop that right there. And so what we want to do is take the original mapping and we're going to put the vector into the vector of the noise. And let's Control Shift select the noise texture, preview it, and I'll change the vector into the vector of the noise.
This image vector into this noise vector. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, heard.
And let's Control Shift select the noise texture, preview it, and I'll change some of the settings here. So let's zoom into this noise. So I'm going to turn the scale to 20. So the scale of 20 and
Marble brackets now. How to command which
we'll turn that to 10, and I'll turn the roughness up to 8.6.
I only understood a
so it's more
1/4 of what
detailed.
just happened.
So now I want to drop the color
But
ramp
that's
right here
okay.
so we can preview
I am
it.
here to
And what
support.
I'm going to do is just take the black
I
tab
enjoy
and drag it
watching
way over here
streamers.
so
I
there's quite a
appreciate
bit
it a
more
lot.
darker
Thank you very
here.
much.
So now what I'm going to do is
Happy to
put
have
that
you
into the
here.
bump. So let's just box select these nodes and drag them back a bit. And I'm going to duplicate this bump and drop it here.
That's roughly where we're at. I think that his scale is actually like my objects are a lot larger than his, so I'm just gonna scale up quite a bit, I think, in a lot of cases.
Here, and then hit the backspace to reset the values. And I can take the color ramp color and we'll put that into the height value. And let's Control Shift select the principled shader to preview it.
Okay, hard. So we're gonna bump twice. I didn't know that
Great
this
to
is a
have
thing
you.
that you could do. Great to have you indeed. Put this into height, and then bump here. Yeah, just like that. And then we do this. So this should give us like a little bit of like wave to our texture, I guess, for lack of. Yeah, that's it. Interesting. Okay, and then you can get the scratches on top of it, which is kind of crazy. Okay, heard. Wild. We don't have an HRD right now, or HDR, so that this like little, it looks kind of like a globe, which is really interesting. We don't have an HDR right now, so it's not like we don't see any like reflection in the metallic portions of things, but it still looks really cool in my opinion. It's cool.
Now you can see it's way too strong. So what I'm going to do is take the bump strength and turn that down to a 0.07, which is a 0.07, and then I'll also invert it because I think that looks slightly better. So now you can see some parts are more smooth, but then other parts are more rough. And you can go back here to the color ramp and you can kind of drag this around and you can kind of change how rough you want it to be. So you can see by dragging this black tab around, there's going to be just a few areas which are bumpy, or if you drag this way out, there's a lot more areas which are bumpy. Now what I'm also going to do is add
Sad
one more
lumpy
noise
metal,
texture
chat.
here
Sad
for
lumpy
the
metal.
base color. So if I click on this noise texture, I'll press Control Shift D. So Control Shift D will duplicate the node, but keep this wire plugged up so it has the mapping. And let's just preview the noise texture. And I'm going to change these settings. So I'll turn the scale of this to 15. I'll leave the detail at 10, and I'll turn the roughness all the way up to 1, so it's very rough. And then the lacking, preview. Control Shift D will duplicate the node, but keep this wire plugged up so it has the mapping. And let's just preview the noise texture. And I'm going to change these settings. So I'll turn the scale of this to 15. I'll leave the detail at 10, and I'll turn the roughness all the way up to 1, so it's very rough. And then the lacularity, I'm going to turn this up to a 3 instead. And the lacularity is kind of going to add a bunch of
ask
little dots.
what we're
kind of
3D
like a dot
modeling.
pattern.
Oh, what we're
So
3D
let's turn
modeling
it
is
up
actually the
nice
table
smaller.
underneath. I
So
just
now I wanna
have this
create two
sphere so that
different
it's
base
easier to see
colors.
what
So
the
I'm gonna
texture I'm
search for
working on
a mix
is.
color, and
We're
drop
actually
it
gonna
after the
do a lot
noise,
of things,
and
but
then the noise texture factor can go into the factor of the mix, and then I'll make two different kind of
which mix is this? This is a hold on. This is a different type mix. Mixed color. I think it was indeed. But we're actually putting this in the factor. Cool.
gray colors. They're going to be pretty subtle, but you can change this in the custom node group. So color A is going to be this very light gray, and the hex value is CB, CB, CB.
I'm not
And then
doing
here
that.
for
I
this
have
one,
a dark
It's very similar, but it's a little bit darker, and the hex value is AD.
Presume it's gonna go into the color.
AD. So let's take the mix result here, and I can put this into the base
Yep.
color, and I
Indeed.
can Control Shift select the Principled shader to preview it. Also, to keep these really organized, I'll box select these nodes, join them into a frame, and I can add a label, and I can just call this color.
That's
We can
pretty
box
sick,
select
chat.
these nodes, join them into a frame, add a label, and I can just call this like noise bump. So now what I also want to do is click on this bump node and duplicate it.
That
and
looks
drop
like
it
a
here in
cannonball,
between
dude.
these, and then hit the backspace to reset it. And then I want to take this mix here, which is the base color, and we're going to put the result here into the height value.
Okay, so we're doing another bump. Then we put this into the height right here. Yeah. Oh, that one's a lot, dude. Oh, wow, that was a lot.
Value of this bump. But then let's make it very subtle by turning the bump strength to just a 0.01. So 0.01, and now we just have like a very subtle bump over the entire material. You can see I can turn it up and make it more bumpy, but I'm going to keep it really subtle. Let's box select these nodes here, so the 3 bumps, hit Control J, and then hit F2, and I can just call this bump, just to keep everything really organized so we know what everything does. Now one more thing I'm going to do to make this material look really interesting.
This is our color right here. This was the noise bump. Neat.
Is I'm going to have a little bit of variation in the roughness. So to do this, I'm going to search for a color ramp. Let's drop it up here. And then I'm going to take the noise factor and I'm going to drag this all the way here and stick it into the roughness. So the light and dark values of the noise
Dynamic roughness. Heard. Okay. I think I see what we're doing.
texture are going to determine how rough and shiny it's going to be, but it's too rough right now. So if we just drop the color ramp here in between this wire, that was the wrong wire. We want to drop it in this one here before the
When we go to noise texture into a color ramp. And that's going into roughness. That's color into roughness? It is, indeed.
roughness. Now we can use the color ramp colors to make it more rough or more shiny. So I'm going to start by making these both kind of like mid-gray colors.
Oh, this
and
is
if you want
fun.
to use the same hex values that I'm using, this one here is going to be a little bit of a darker gray, and this one is 7F, 7F, 7F. And then this other one here is slightly lighter.
Ooh, that looks neat as hell, dude. Too much, though, I think. Oh, yeah. Might be a little bit too much. Like, the sphere looks really good, but this plate right here doesn't look as good, in my opinion. Like, with the roughness like that, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy for that, but, like, I don't know. I think it looks gonna look a lot different when we, like, put it in a scene and render it and stuff like
This is
that,
gonna
though,
be
so
B8,
shrug. We'll
B8,
see.
B8. So that's going to add a lot more variation. There's just going to be lighter and darker, so it'll control If I uncheck this normalize, that is going to make it look much more like that old Musgrave texture, which used to be in Blender. So it has really clear dark and light
Ooh.
areas. So now if I Control Shift select the principled shader, if I zoom in here to the roughness, you can see it adds so much detail and it kind of looks like an old metal, whereas before it was just kind of gray. So turning off that normalize kind of gets that Musgrave effect and it makes it look so much more interesting. Now in the new Blender version of Blender 4.4, there was a
with that a
new
little bit,
feature
honestly.
added to these bump nodes, and that is this little filter width right here. Now if I zoom way into one of these scratches, if I zoom way in, you can see it looks a little bit too detailed and I kind of don't quite like how that looks. If I take this filter width and I turn it to a 10, that's going to kind of smooth things out a little bit and make it look slightly more lumpy. If I Control Shift select the bump
Also
to
do have
preview
low
it,
verts
you can
indeed,
see
yeah. If I
here it is at the
subdivide this, I
default. You
presume
can
that
see it's
it'll
almost
actually
like a little bit too.
Hold on, let me subdivide this like once or twice, and maybe... Okay, well, let's not do that. Let's just do simple, yeah, that's fine. And then we can bevel it. Yeah, just give it like a tiny bit of bevel. Not a ton of... Ooh, the bevel actually looks really good, in my opinion. Let's do a couple segments.
Damn.
Ow, my sword. I think that actually looks really good. Enjoy a sword, Sherbs. I cannot select both of these. I cannot duplicate this, I don't think. Okay, but we can stick with this. That looks so much better, actually. You know, I kind of fuck with that. Yeah. What I think I might do, actually, honestly, is might change this roughness to maybe, like, give it, like, a little bit of an orangey, right? So, like, I presume that this is the...
I will not learn my lesson and continue to gamble the box.
Yes, as it should be. Okay, that did nothing, actually. Cool. What I think maybe... We have the color, right? No, that just makes it, like, red in general. What I think I would actually do is... Oh, actually, no, I don't hate that. Wait. Yeah, bro! Oh, that little bit of rust is so good. I think what I need to do, though, is I need to invert this one. Or rather, uninvert this one, I think. Yeah, because we want the rust to be up, right? The metallic is, like, so metallic, though. Can we turn that down? Oh yeah, dude. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. All I did was I just changed this ramp right here, this half of the color mixer, to just put a little bit of orangey red into it.
If I turn the filter width
Oh, that's
to
perfect,
10,
dude. That's exactly what I
it's
want.
a bit more smooth. And let's paste it here into the node group. So now right here you can see it's because these two nodes are creating the roughness. So we have the roughness, the bump here, then we have the scratches, and we have the color and the noise bump. All right, so let's hit the tab key outside the node group and I'll drag the node group right over here and let's drag it out to make it bigger. And then I can copy the material name and let's paste it here into the node group. So now right here, you can see it says BSDF and I want to rename it to shader. So if I hit the tab key to go into the node group, I'm going to hit the N key to open up the side panel. And if you go to the group tab, I can double click on the sockets to rename it. And I'll just rename that to shader because I like that better. So now right over here, we have this group input and we can plug up all the custom values to the group input. So this mapping is plugged up to all the textures. So this mapping scale will control the size of the entire material.
Normally that would probably be the smart thing to do, but instead I'm just going to go ahead and do this for right now. We're going to add this subdivision real quick. We're going to subdivide to 2, make it simple, and then do the bevel again. I'm going to try to replicate this as best as I can. Subdivision was, only 1. Yeah, that's fine. 2.1, we're going to do 3 segments here, and the profile is going to be 0.6 instead. Because I think that was a really gorgeous bevel. So what I think I might do for these is I'm actually gonna do the same metal texture. I might duplicate it though to make it like a little bit more unique. Maybe make it a little more dull on the rivets and stuff like that. A little less, maybe like we'll call it dark metal, I think, for right now. Make it a little less shiny potentially. Make the colors a little bit darker. just so that it has a way to, like, kind of be different, I guess, for lack of a better term. I will not color ramp the roughness on these, I think. I feel like this one is also, like... It's so freaking shiny, dude. I almost want to do the opposite way. That feels a little bit better, in my opinion. So the rivets kind of have, like, this darker, less reflective texture on it. I don't know. Maybe I should actually... Maybe the dark metal should be a little bit more rough. Or a little less rough. I'm also going to do is change the location on these, just so that the scratches happen in different spots. You can see the scratches on it too, which is really cool. I'm very excited about that. Okay, and then we do the... No, not new. Metal. Metal. Then the rivets will be dark metal. Then these are going to be normal metal. And then I'm 90% through designing Creature Creator. I cannot remember how to make a lot of it. Fun. Well, specular, I think I'm using the word right. Specular, yes, I think so, but I don't know. I think we're using different terminology in Blender, but I presume that we're talking about this. Probably the metallic in our case here. I would assume. Oh, no, it's specular. Oh, wow, actually, that did a lot. Wow, that was really good. Oh, sick. Thanks, Frank. Huge. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, potentially is my better judgment. First of all, these should all go into the table group. I'm gonna put the floor back now. Okay, that's perfect, I think. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put the same texture on it, this wood texture, but we're gonna dupe it. Oh, first we have to apply this modifier. So what I think we might do is do a, like, double it. No, I think it was good the first time. Let's just make sure there's enough of them. So let's do quantity 12 right there. We'll apply this. We'll just throw the wood texture on it. We might make a separate texture for this one. Not that wood texture. No, the good wood texture. Silly goofy. Oh, what? Oh, we need to unwrap it. Wait, chat, I fuck with that so hard. What? Oh my god, no, wait, that works so well, dude. That's just wood right there. What? Okay, hold on. We'll do wood planks. I'm gonna make this a little bit darker if I can. There you are. W, dude. Stop screaming and come hang out, loser. Give me a second. Rain, look at this. We're gonna darken this up just a decent bit. Maybe make it a little bit... Maybe it look a little bit redder so that it kind of has, like, uniqueness to it. Or just some kind of different undertone. Oh, yeah, a little bit lighter might be the play here. Oh, we are. I don't know, man. I kind of fuck with this. Okay. We're going to save this. And this is going to hurt, chat. This is going to hurt a lot. But I'm going to add some lights. I think a sunlight. We probably should have an HDR realistically. Husbands. This sun is so weak. This is Eevee render, so this is going to be... What's the 3-point lighting setup? I need a good 3-point light setup. Wait, there's an extension for what? Hold on a second. Edit. Preferences, add-ons. There's a tri-lighting? What is that? What? Okay. What? That's crazy, dude. Bro. Go 3-point lighting, dude. That's wild. Do I add a sunlight anyways? I think I do, honestly. Okay, chat, hold on. I want to try something. I want to find another Blender file real quick. See if I can figure out where I put all of my Blender files and just start like... I think this is it. I think I have a few, but let's grab one of these. Yeah, okay, so this is my 3D modeling endeavors here, for lack of a better term. Let's grab this bag. Cool. Don't save that, no. These were definitely a lot more stylized before. The ones that I had over there were a lot more stylized. I could put like a little... What if I just deleted that, right? And we just add a... I don't know, the bag texture isn't the worst thing, but like, can we add like a noise texture? Let's just put like a little noise texture. Control-Shift-T or Control-T. Yep, okay. What does this look like? That's... Yeah, makes sense. Is it a mix node? Mix. Bob? Okay, that does kind of mix it a little bit, indeed. Can I give it some of that? Yeah. And then maybe just have a little bit of a... What kind of textures do we have, actually? Do we have, like, a... Like, I almost want to say the wave texture would not be a bad idea. Let's just keep this simple. We'll just put a bump map. Put that into height. And then just bump that. Not super hard, though. Yeah, see, that's too hard. That's roughly way too fucking hard. Holy shit, dude. We'll turn that strength down like quite a bit, but just give it a little bit of a something. Yeah, I feel like the noise texture is actually the wrong thing for that bump. That's like, can I like mix in this noise texture with this noise texture? Can I grab a mix right here and get like a wave texture? Yeah, that makes it feel like it's like a woven to an extent. You know what I mean? And then fuck it, let's color ramp it, I think. We'll make this like a kind of like a yellowy color. Chad, I think I'm starting to understand how this works now. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks good, in my opinion. Okay. Then we'll take this. We'll probably ramp. Whoops. Undo that. Do that. We'll bump this. Height. Normal. Turn this down a ton. Don't hate it, honestly. Turn the distance down quite a bit. This should be a little bit darker, I think. We want this a little bit darker, in my opinion. Where's our color? Color's up here. Turn this down just a little bit. Yeah, something like that, I think. Okay, it's not perfect, chat. It's not perfect. Are we on Eevee or Cycles? We're on Eevee. I'm going to turn on the Cycles and turn it down to, like, way less samples.
Only thought is maybe that the non-rusty metal looks slightly too perfect for a piece that's supposedly been out long enough to rust.
Understandable. Have a nice day. What? What's going on here? Uh-oh. That's not good. Chat, I don't think it rendered correctly. What do you think? I don't know what happened. Chat, I think I fucked something up. I've never had this before. No, stream is not going to be happy when I render. Never. Does it render in Eevees correctly? What? Is it because... Everything been applied? Apply modifiers? Oh, no, but that should be fine. Subdivisions shouldn't be doing that. None of the geometry node stuff has been happening.
All of chat is
the
telling
sun?
you it's the sun.
The sun is doing that? I don't think it was the sun. I don't think it's the sun. I've never had this before. I don't know. What about that? Is it the floor? No, it's not. That's crazy. Huh. That's a new one. I presume it has to do with geometry nodes? It was the sun for me? Oh, interesting. ISO settings? Let's see. I mean, everything should be like super vanilla, right? Depth of field is not active. I kind of want to activate depth of field, though. Hold on, chat. I'm going to do a funny depth of field thing. This has a really cool idea where you can take, or the really cool thing where you can take an object and decide what your ISO is going to be from there. Okay, you know what? You know what I'm going to do, chat? Because it does not matter that much. I'm just going to render it in cycles like this, and we can just look at it and enjoy it from here. Look, chat, this is what the render would look like. Isn't that cool? It's obviously very noisy because we don't get to denoise it with the final render. But isn't it pretty, chat? We did a funny table. I actually kind of fuck with this, chat. Like, I really don't expect to do anything that cool. I'm not mad, chat. I'm not mad. I'm really not mad. It also might be because I'm streaming. You smack me, I get smacked. Chat, I'm not mad about it. I think what I'd like to do...
I need to throw that at Marty.
I would like to, I think, go down a more stylized path than what we have here. In the future, when I go to make things like this, I think I want to do something like a little bit more stylized, because I think, like, the procedural textures are, like, slightly, like, not realistic, but they look kind of like realistic attempt-esque, and that's not really what I want, right? Like, I want them to be kind of stylized, but still have this nice, like, you know, like the grains and stuff to that. Maybe the best thing to do will be to like put like kind of a cell shade on it. I beg your finest fucking pardon, Doc. I don't know, chat is kind of cool. I'm kind of not mad about it. This is really cute. I think I'm going to use procedural for more organic stuff. Nats came in here and said in Gabe's voice, I need to throw that at Maki. Because Gabe throws tables at Makis. Gabe's throws tables at Makis. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Chat, I have unsurprisingly been here a little bit too long, so we're going to find somebody to raid. How about that? I really appreciate you guys joining me for a little bit of 3D modeling. I don't know how much you guys enjoyed it. If you guys want to see more of this, then you can tell me about it. I really do want to practice 3D modeling. I think it'd be really fun to get into more 3D modeling, 3D animation, stuff like that. What kind of dev stream do you guys like more? Do you like this, or do you like Dice Song, or do you like something else? Do you like more conceptual stuff? Did you like the AG more, even if it's not the AG? Do you like documentation-based stuff, or like when we did Oracles? I'm not saying it's gonna be those games, but like in general. What is your guys' favorite? I'm curious. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Let's play a quick game of Gabe's Maki Sombers. I'm gonna send you the creature generation. Take a look. Tell me when you find bugs. Okay. I mean, when you say it like that, Trank, I feel awfully convinced, I must say. The raid is probably gonna get more expensive. But I just realized it's been so long since we've used it that I forgot that it's so much less expensive than I thought it was. But when we say it like that, it is awfully convincing, I must say. Thank you very much, Tranquilotto. So we have the raid guided right now, so let's go ahead and do that. Guys, show them a little bit of love. Tell them hello. I appreciate you guys a ton for being here. Thank you guys so much. Tomorrow's Pious! Oh, fuck, tomorrow's Pious.
I tried to shake it.
Alright, I'm ready. Love you guys so much. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow for
Alright,
Pious.
bye, Oriane.
And bye!